Well, it was Germany's day in Oberhof yesterday again. A glorious day for Merle Frabel and for Felix Lorch in those singles events. And today we switch our attention to the doubles events and also to a first ever mixed European Championship in both singles and doubles. One of those famous races within a race in terms of this luge at this glorious luge-specific track in Oberhof in the center of Germany. And something very, very special about today. This, the final day's competitive racing before the Olympic Games in Milan Cortina. So Oberhof plays host here in central Germany once again to a big, big day in this sport. The final preparations getting underway here, and all the more important as I'm joined by the two-time Olympian Mark Hatton. Given how close we are now to Milan Cortina, alterations to sleds and results today, very, very important.
Absolutely. Good morning, Dave. Good morning, everybody. Yes, the testing is all done. And this is where teams will have chosen their top horses, got their setups exactly right, and will now be it will be fine-tuning and just getting through those final little details before the big show in a couple of weeks' time. You'll see the coaches at the moment, they're testing the temperatures on the steels. Steels have to be a certain temperature that they can't be above, and so the coaches, they have different methods to bring the steel temperatures to as close as possible to the highest temperature they're allowed.
Well, we start with the women's doubles. That will get us underway in, well, around about 5 minutes time or so, maybe a little bit longer than that. And of course, women's doubles makes its debut at the Olympic Games in Milan Cortina. So it'll be interesting to see the shape of that race, as indeed it will be in the men's doubles, in which Wendel and Arlt look all conquering once again. And then those mixed singles and mixed doubles, I'm not, to be honest, entirely sure what they're going to do with the mixed doubles over the course of the season. It was cancelled, of course, the second running of the mixed doubles in Lake Placid. So the overall season picture is slightly confusing at the moment. Only meant to be 3 mixed events: Winterberg, Lake Placid, and then here in Oberhof. So we'll try and clarify that for you a little bit later on. But for now, our attention is on the women's doubles. And really, given what happened in Oberhof here last week, given how good they were, given track records and so on, Degenhardt and Rosenthal must be favourites, mustn't they?
Absolutely. Degenhardt and Rosenthal were just incredible last weekend. And they made the others look relatively ordinary behind them, and we know they're not. We know there's so much quality in this women's field, but Degenhardt and Rosenthal, I feel they were powered probably by the anger, the disappointment of not being selected for Milan Cortina as the #1 German sled, and they really showed it in the best way with that incredible track record that was so far ahead the rest of the field.
Shannon Gordon getting ready there. Final stretches. Good to see an umpire band in the house as well. And talking of Degenhardt and Rosenthal, we're just going through their final stretches right now. Well, we're ready, I think, to get the show on the road. It'll be Falkensteiner and Huber, the Italians, very much back in the frame this week. And the Italy team really are betting everything on their home Olympic Games this season. They've missed 2 World Cup events so far to focus on training at their home track, so they're really out of the running in terms of the World Cup picture. You just hope for them that it's worth it and hope they manage to squeeze an Olympic medal out of one of the races, although team relay would seem most likely. Anyone else is going to have to overperform to get into a medal position. Don't know if you agree with that, Mark, but I was thinking about it the other day. It's going to be tough for Italy. So anyway, this is the picture here in Oberhof. Here's what faces them. A track length of 946. This, remember, for the women's doubles. 11 corners, the same as the women's singles track. head down very, very quickly, gathering speed into that combination. And then the exit setting up speed for the lower part of the track into the Zielkurve, the Kreisel. That's the overview. We can see the point of view now. Mark will talk us through that.
There you see the women's start and the doubles start, that building, that rectangular building. And this is the first curve you go into, curve 4, going at a relatively pedestrian speed at this point. And this is where it's so important to be smooth, to be relaxed, and to make all these less glamorous curves really count. Now this is the beginning of the labyrinth. This is where it gets spicy. 10 to 11, that short transition. And then this straightaway into 12. We see some athletes go so high in 12 and then up in 13, and this long straightaway which goes into the Kreisel. So important to be on the right hand side as you come out, and over they go.
Nice to get that natural sound, give you that sense of speed. Here at Oberhof, here are the temperature conditions, and cooler than it was yesterday.
Well, this is really good to see. From yesterday, we saw the track really deteriorating through the rankings, and the later athletes were really struggling. So with 1.4 and the expert track crew they have here in Oberhof, we should have a really good field of play.
What's significant and interesting over a shorter field in the women's doubles is that Degenhardt and Rosenthal actually go last. There's no buffer at the end, which gives you an idea of where they hope the conditions are going to be. So that's the shape of it all. We wait for the stronger sliders to come later. Eidberger, Machina, Forgan, Kirkby, Degenhardt, Rosenthal, Egler, Kipp. Top of the standings at the moment, go 10th here, only 15 sleds, more than we had last week because Italy are back. Bit half-hearted, the trumpeters there. Bloke on the right couldn't be bothered. One or two of them look like it's the first time they've picked up the instrument. It's all good, part of the fun of the fair. And they always build a special atmosphere here in Oberhof. And we always have a sing-song, of course, at the end as well, on the winner's podium. Max Langenhan signed that drum. So the Italian pair up at the top. A reminder of the overall standings before we get underway. Egler and Kipp lead the way by 60 points from Eidberger, Machina. Degenhardt, Rosenthal in third. But remember, they missed a race. They were forced to by a technicality. And Forgan and Kirkby way behind in fourth. It has been the three pairs who have dominated the season entirely. What's interesting about the Olympics is that one of the best three by miles doesn't go to the Olympics, which opens up potentially the bronze medal for the likes of Forgan and Kirkby, Upita Pavlova. Of course, Chan and Gordon don't go either. Anyway, Falkensteiner and Huber were 13th on the Olympic list. The Italian pair, they won't go to the games. 12th in Oberhof last December. Didn't go here, remember, last week. None of the Italians did, so they come a little bit fresher than most to this women's doubles track here in Oberhof. And they're the ones who get the chance, as we always say, to set the standard on the fresh ice here.
And they're making it look easy through these top curves. Falkensteiner, Huber, just getting caught up in 10, but it's good through 11. High on the exit, bang into 12, very high up. Then they drop out into 13.
Yeah, massive skid there will have cost them time. Falkensteiner and Huber See that maximum speed of 108 kilometers per hour, 43.019. The time for Falkensteiner and Huber. A first look of the day at Armin Zergler, who won't be overly impressed with that. Degenhardt and Rosenthal's track record from last week, and you shouldn't always set them as the standard. They're so quick, but over a second quicker than that. So that's in and around where Falkensteiner and Huber are.
You saw just from that loop in 11, they came up on the exit, hit before 12, and then the sled skidded, did that big power slide into 12. Now what you don't want is it to swing back the other way so your feet are facing at the roof. So they handled that skid really well and fixed the mistake.
So the Calgary-based duo, BT Podolsky and Kaylee Allen, we saw the maple leaf, tells you that it's the Canada sled. Both still young athletes, these two. Decent results this season so far, but bearing in mind reduced fields. 5th in Winterberg, 6th in Park City. Top 10 in general, but when that's a field of 15 or 16, it shows they've still got work to do, but still young and improving and getting used to being on a double sled.
And that's exactly it. They're such good single sliders, these two. And it really shows the way they work that sled through the curves. Just a little late into 11, just high up on the exit. Exactly the same mistake as Falkensteiner Huber, but get away with it into 13.
But they're behind the time of Falkensteiner and Huber here. Podolsky and Allen work to do in the finishing Kreisel. And second for them, and that over a 10th outside shows how much that error cost them more than Falkensteiner and Huber.
Well, we saw it yesterday on the single sleds, that 10-11 is such a short transition and such a difficult transition. And then you want to make it twice as hard? Well, try it on a double sled, because that is really challenging for the doubles athletes. And we've seen this with both sleds going into 11 and then skidding into 12 again, almost identical to Falkensteiner Huber. BT Podolsky doing great work on top there, bringing it down from the roof.
So, Vierter and Oberhof led the way in recent years in World Cup doubles. They won't be leading the way this season, of course. Missing out on a couple of events, but a couple of crystal globes for them already in the kit bag. They go to the Olympics as number 4 qualifiers. There will be big hopes for Italy, particularly with that 3rd place over the course of the season opening up. They'll feel they have a big chance of a medal in Milan Cortina. And they're already 2/10 up here on their compatriots Falkensteiner and Huber.
Yeah, that big start really showing through these top curves at positive speed down the ramp, setting the tone into the labyrinth. And this is much better into curve 11. And you see they get that lovely cross into 12.
Vierter and Oberhof very quick here. This is setting a real standard now. They're going to be way inside the time of Falkensteiner and Huber by nearly a second. And that is very quick, and Zergler appreciates that. Vierter and Oberhof set the real standard. It feels almost like the real race begins with that.
That really was a top-class run. And almost a singles line out of curve 11 to 12, where they had that cross pushing them just nicely early into curve 12. This is the line from 9 to 10. It's even just going really early, very similar to Merle Frabel's line yesterday. And then they get into the belly of 11, don't loop it, and that's what gave them that really effective exit.
In a games in which Italy will still be pushed to win a medal, Vierter and Oberhof may well have high hopes of 2 in the women's doubles and in that team relay, where Italy, surely Germany and Austria will be first and second in whichever order, but beyond them, Italy, Latvia, good battle you would think with the USA for 3rd. Here go Romania with Stramătăraru and Manolescu, again in and around the top 10 for them. Stramatararu, 40 years of age, of course, hugely impressive. They'll be heading to the Olympic Games to represent Romania. But wouldn't expect them to land too many blows.
Yeah, Raluca Stramatararu, so good on a single sled, just rocking and rolling through the labyrinth. But they get away with it, skidding into 12, get it back under control.
Still well behind the time of Futter and Oberhof. Stramatararu and Manolescu will be targeting Podolski and Allen to at least try and get into third for now, but they are well over a second and they're down in fourth. And just a reminder, the bigger players, Egler, Kip, and Heidberger, Mancina, Degenhardt, Rosenthal, they go right towards the end of these runs. The only reason Futter and Oberhofer were that high up was because they had to qualify by the Nations Cup, having not been part of these races enough this season.
And this is that long skid into curve 12. But then out of 13, see just a fine control. That's such a great shot. Raluca just gently pressing the sled to bring it early into the finish curve.
Next up, the Slovakian duo of Praxova and Spitsova. 13th last week, 16th on that Olympic qualifying list. They do go to the games as well with the Slovakian team. Of course, the women's doubles, a new discipline in the Olympic Games, so young doubles pairs being brought through by these nations. These two teenagers, again, rather like Podolski and Allen, right at the start of the journey, not expected to land too many blows, to use that phrase again, but always learning here, and already way outside the time of Futter and Oberhofer.
And very choppy through the labyrinth. Dealing with it through there, but they have to get it off the curve. They don't quite. Almost up to the roof and on their side.
Same mistake again, wasn't it? This time, though, they weren't able to right the ship. As long as they have momentum and as long as they're attached, which they will be, they can reload, as it were. But they're going to come to a halt. Praxova and Spitsova are done for here, but they're okay, which is the main news.
You can see Praxova fighting so hard there to get the sled back on its stills. This is where it started, just hanging on the end of 11. This is all caused by that choppy labyrinth and then that big slide into curve 12. When you're that high up in curve 12, it makes for an incredibly awkward entrance to curve 13. And so the mistake follows as they rose up on the exit and then face planted into 13. Almost got it back on the steels on the exit of the curve. Very unlucky not to. But there's so much weight with another athlete behind you and a heavy double sled that to flip that back over takes a superhuman effort.
So they're okay. Crew helping them. It's always the main thing with any crash, that the athletes are fine and a little bit rattled, but okay. Next up, it is Latvia. Saw their team getting ready. Upita and Pavlova. Joint 7th in that Olympic table with Robert Smica and Bogdanova. They're very unlucky, the pair who miss out. 6th last week, these two. Marginally the Latvian #1 sled. Chasing down Futter and Oberhofer here, Upita and Pavlova. But that time from the Italians and going so early looks very, very good here.
Definitely, and it looked good, didn't it? Down the track, Werter Oberhofer looked really clean, looked really in control. And going back to your earlier point, Dave, about how young some of these athletes are, they really are, and they're almost all of these teams are trailblazers in this new sport.
Pavlova just 17, a very good example of that. Peter Bags of experience with Zane Kaluma there. Second at least, but over half a second behind Butter and Oberhof. Of course, the only problem that the lack of experience brings is it's still pretty young. Women's doubles in a competitive sense, and of all the events, apart from the team relay 1 and 2, I guess you could say, it's the most predictable. It has been this season anyway. Because there just isn't the depth, is there, Mark? Not at the moment anyway, but that has to come from somewhere.
Absolutely, it's so technical that this field is elite from top to bottom, but we're seeing the very, very early partakers in women's doubles, like Degenhardt and Rosenthal from that Youth Olympics, really use all that experience.
So Dobowitz and Pivkovska, then coming by the Winter Youth Games in 2020, they'll go to the Olympics for Poland. Top 10 in Oberhof twice last season. They built on that with an 8th place finish last week. Slow start here in comparison to Futter and Oberhofer.
Well, this is good through the labyrinth, just getting caught up in 10 again, having to take it off hard. Same mistake, up high in 12. Deal with it slightly better.
Still plenty of time to make up for them, and whether they stay within a second, and they don't. 1.353. Again, we wait really for Egler and Kip. Then for Roberts-Nitze, Bogdanova, Stork and Pats, Eidberger, Machina, Forgan, Kirkby and Degenhardt, Rosenthal. They'll be the ones who'll be challenging here. Chan and Gordon come next, followed by Stechkiv and Mock. At the moment, though, the Italian duo, Futter and Oberhofer, comfortably the best by some distance. That will change, but they've got a big advantage. So Maya Chan and Sophia Gordon, 9th last week. Couple of good finishes, 5th in Lake Placid, 6th Sigulda, 6th in Winterberg, 2. 6 on that Olympic qualifying list as well, but behind their teammates Forgan and Kirkby, who go in their stead. And they're all chasing down that start time of Butter and Oberhofer.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing with this slightly colder conditions how the ice is looking that much harder than it was yesterday. After 5 or 6 sleds yesterday, it was a frosty, almost milky texture, but now the ice is really shiny and looking really quick as they get a good shot over from 11 to 12.
These are the closest challenges, as you would expect, that we've seen so far. Just over 3/10 outside. They're not going to challenge that time, but they are into second.
Well, that was a good-looking Kreisel from Chan and Gordon. You had the feeling that out of 13, maybe they could find a bit of time, and they did manage to chip off some more time. But some of the damage was done at the top, to say, just catching that very fast Italian start. Not sure what that was that fell off the sled. Something small, but hopefully insignificant. And then exit 13, something else coming off the sled.
I think it were 2 bits of tape, it looked like to me anyway, as they flew off. They'll clear them anyway. So second place for those two. And here goes Stechkiv and Mock, Elena and Alexandra, 12th last week. 10th on the Olympic list, so they too will head to the games. 7th in Sigulda, their best finish this season to this point. Now Ukrainians go. You can see Aigler and Kip getting ready in the background. That's when battle will really be joined. But that's a good start from Stetskiv and Mock.
Really is. Stetskiv, a good single slider as well. Helps so much on the top of these sleds. And the gateway through into the labyrinth, very high in 10. Just get knocked down a little bit. They're going to have to crank it off. And they do. 12 is very smooth.
Over half a second behind the time, though, of Futter and Oberhof. Stetskiv and Mock 2 are going to be outside, and they're going to be in fourth. By the way, they hadn't cleared up that bit of tape that was on the track. You saw it blow as Stetskiv and Mock went past it.
Working in unison on the start. This was that transition from 10 to 11. You see them just tag the left wall. And Elena Stetskiv doing an absolutely sterling job to get the sled aggressively off the curve so that it didn't come up again on the exit.
Now then, our World Cup leaders, Zelina Aigler and Lara Kip, go next. 60 points clear in the standings, the Austrians. Second last week to Degenhardt and Rosenthal. They want to put that right. Their first target here, Futter and Oberhofer, whose start was excellent, and Aigler and Kip do not get inside it. Only the fourth fastest start we've seen, which from them, with their high standards, is pretty slow.
It really is, and it looks like they're very, very light on grip through those top curves as well. It's like Aigler and Kip really sending it in terms of the materials and the setup, but that 11-12 is exactly how it should be done.
Still 900s outside, though. Down the straightaway they go. They're picking up time all the time, but whether they're going to catch Futter and Oberhofer, it will be very close, and they've done it. They do it in the Kreisel. They rock it at the bottom of the course, and Aigler and Kip take over.
It is quite incredible. We saw it in Sigulda in the team relay, where they, in the last two curves of the track, they just found something, and something significant in terms of time. And then last week in the team competition, more of the same. They found this acceleration through the bottom of the track. And today, White change a winning formula. From 13 down to 14, they were absolute lightning.
It is remarkable. I mean, it is a sport of milliseconds, but they are so adept at finding them. And they go to those Olympic Games as favourites. If everyone was there, I'm not sure they'd be favourites, but they are as things stand. Robesnica Bogdanova to go next. Never quite know what we're going to get from them. Fifth here last December, fourth in Sigulda. And of course, they crashed out in Winterberg, crashed out in Park City, mistakes littering their performances, which has cost them with regard to the Olympic Games by the narrowest of margins, and they've made a really quick start. But remember, Aigler and Kip were so quick down at the bottom of the track.
Just clipping the right wall before the entrance to the labyrinth. Get it back together, though, for curve 11. Skidding into 12 again, up to the roof.
Yeah, you can see that mistake, and look at them down the straightaway here. The feet came down again. Just starts to unravel a bit. The Robesnica Bogdanova only unravels into fourth, but watching them, it is slightly head in hands, isn't it, at times?
They really race on the edge, don't they? Absolutely. You never know which version you're going to get. And the tiny mistakes can come, such big mistakes. That was where they just clipped the exit profile of curve 8, skidding into 9, and then coming very high through 9, dropping into 10. And they got it back together into 11. But that skid into 12, affecting so many teams. Probably 50% of our teams so far have done that big skid from 11 to 12. But I do love watching these two race because they are so exciting to watch.
Now then, Lisa Marie Stork and Paulina Patz. Limited opportunity for the German duo with so much quality in front of them, but fifth last week was excellent from them, and twice sixth in Oberhof here at their home track last season. They too can produce mistakes at times, but it's a good quick start from Stork and from Patz here. Let's see if they can challenge that time of Egler and Kipp.
And look at them, they're really gliding through those top curves. Just looks that little bit smoother. The labyrinth is clean. And the exit of 11, a little choppy, but she keeps her calm, and 12 is good.
Just outside the time of Egler Kipp as they head down the straightaway. And Stork and Patz around for third, behind Putter and Oberhofer. And Egler and Kipp, of course, still lead.
Well, that was pretty clean from top to bottom. Labyrinth was a little choppy, but it's been choppy for pretty much everyone so far. Saw that big start where they got that advantage. And then this from 10 to 11. They'd made that tiny mistake further up. But again, when you make the mistake, it's how you fix it that really matters. And they fixed it quickly, just dropped behind.
Their teammates to follow. Two sets of teammates to come in our final three. First, Diana Eitberger, Magdalena Matschina. Eitberger, a huge singles name, remember. Olympic silver medalist and now a fine double slider. Third here last week. They'd love, given that they're the ones going to the Olympic Games, to beat Degenhardt and Rosenthal here this week. Whether they can, though, here at Oberhof, well, we'll find out. First, they have to get past Egler and Kipp, and they've started faster. But we know, at the risk of sounding like a broken luge record here, that Egler and Kipp pick up so much time down at the bottom. Already Eitberger and Matschina are outside it.
4 thousandths of a second back at that checkpoint, but the labyrinth is clean. Little bump onto 11 and they're over.
Huge mistake by Eitberger and Matschina. A real shocker here in Oberhof, and they're not going to get back on and get it back on the steels here. Eitberger and Matschina, she's wincing, Eitberger. In fact, they do get back up, and they will slide down to the bottom. But that is a massive blow for them, particularly given the subtext of the whole thing. So they slide down, which earns them a second run. Way outside the time, of course.
Just getting that little bit of G-force, lifting them up on the exit of 11. And when that happens, you really are a passenger. There's not a lot you can do when it brings you up so aggressively on that bottom section. And then you saw here, using all that strength to record a time so they could get a second run. Good to see they're okay. But that was a big hit that Diana Eitberger took with the weight of Matschina and the double sled on her.
So Forgan and Kirkby go next for the USA. They'll be the USA's team at the Olympic Games. They go as number 3 qualifiers. And suddenly the door is open for them, because there will be a different name on the podium. Egler Kipp, we know, have set the standard. Degenhardt, Rosenthal, we expect to do likewise, but position number 3 has opened up, because it will not be Eitberger Matschina, that is for sure. So let's get ready for Forgan and Kirkby. Siobhan and Sophia go now, targeting Egler and Kip. And inevitably, they're going to be inside the start time. Now, though, is where the hard work really begins. Fourth here last week, these two. Can they improve on that?
Well, you have to think this is a real opportunity for them, but they're losing time. They're already into the red. Went down to 12 thousandths, and then the clock went red. Bit of a bump into 11. On one steal coming out of 11 as well. Get it back together for 12-13, though.
Of course, the track looking so tricky today for all of them. Already we've seen two big mistakes, and disappointing, really, from Forgan and Kirkby behind Stork and Pats and Butter and Oberhof. And with Degenhardt Rosenthal to come, likely to be fifth going into the second run. The door opened for them there, and they didn't really slide through it.
Yeah, Siobhan Forgan's face coming up the outrun said it all. You could see she saw an opportunity missed. We know what these two are capable of. We say it so often. We know how elite they are and how fast they can be. Saw them go very high in the middle of 11, almost identical to Eikberg and Matschina. But Sophia Kirkby in the back, slamming her shoulders back to stabilize the sled and save the run.
So, the Queens of Oberhof last week, the winners, they're not going to the Olympics, despite two wins in Winterberg, a win already here. Seen their teammates not crash out, but everything but crash out. Now, can they back up last week's win? Jessica Degenhardt and Cheyenne Rosenthal go now for Germany. Immensely popular here, and already quicker than Egler and Kip. And the thing about these two is you would expect them to maintain the speed and challenge the Austrians. Already over a 10th inside their time.
Well, they're going to have sights on their own track record as well. Almost off the sled through 10-11. This has all gone wrong for Degenhardt Rosenthal. 4 thousandths in the red, but they get out of 12 into 13.
Degenhardt and Rosenthal down the straightaway. Massive mistake has cost them, but how much has it cost them? 7th. Well, they're furious with that. Degenhardt and Rosenthal way down. Egler and Kip are the ones who've got it right, and to their immense credit too, Butter and Oberhofer as well. And Stork and Pats, the other German sled. Who would have guessed that? Stork and Pats would be the leading German sled after the first run here of the women's doubles.
So many opportunities for so many teams in this race at the moment. This is where they went very high on the exit of 9 and then hit onto 10. Almost went over in curve 10. Used all their experience, all their skill to keep the sled back on its steels. But the danger wasn't over. You see them come up on the end of 11 as well, skid into 12. Really hard lines there for Degenhardt Rosenthal.
It's interesting, we didn't see any of them struggling to this extent last week, because there were not just the two big errors from the Germans and from Praxima Spitzova, but there were a lot of interesting moments there, almost as if it's a lot quicker. Certainly a lot trickier. Egler Kip lead the way from Butter and Oberhofer, from Stork and Pats. Degenhardt and Rosenthal are at least in the top 8. But look at that, Eikberg and Matschina down at the moment in 14th. What a big weekend in terms of the World Cup standings this could be for Egler and Kip if they can stay upright in the second run. And that second run is coming up in 25 minutes time. We'll be back from Oberhof with it live for you as doubles day continues and leads into those mixed European championships. Stay with us for the second run of the women's doubles. As I said, gets underway in 25 minutes. See you then. Action-packed day in Oberhof, and we had a couple of big surprises in our first run, because the top German team is this team. Stork and Pats in third, 42.110. Issues for Degenhardt, Rosenthal, and notably Eidberger, Machina, who are completely out of it. Butter and Oberhof were second. Not too much time, though, between the top three. Egler, Kip lead the way right now, 42.012. It was very, very tricky in that opening run. Big mistakes from several. Mistakes costing Degenhardt, Rosenthal, Eidberger, Machina, and it sets it up perfectly for the second run. The temperature, well, things, Mark Hatton, are getting warmer here.
Yeah, a little bit, but still in minus temperatures. This is good to see. So the track should hold up. This is such a great shot. This is how they get the track fast. They put that fine layer of water on, and that creates this very, very less than a millimeter thick layer that allows the sled to glide.
Beautiful aerial view of this luge-specific track here in Oberhof. And we should remind you what they face. This, the women's doubles track, the same as the women's singles, remember, 946 meters, a vertical drop of 93. So they go very, very fast, very, very quickly. No time to adjust at the top, straight in to corner 4, as you'll see. And it all builds towards that Zielkurve in the end, that Kreisel. Very tricky finish, but issues have come today anyway in that S-curve, that combination halfway up the track. Plenty of mistakes out there today, and we'll see now Mark talk us through those potentially with his POV.
There you see the double start, that rectangular building, and this is a view into curve 4. And these top curves, this is where all the speed comes from. If you can be clean, if you can be smooth through the top, then you'll be good in the bottom of the track. This is curve 8, the gateway to the labyrinth. And this here, that is where we've seen so many problems, 9 to 10. Culminating in mistakes here in curve 12 and here in 13. These sections are absolutely critical, as is getting in on the right into this long Kreisel and then driving out so you don't slam into that left wall and then crossing the finish line.
Yeah, beautifully described. It gives you an idea of just in that labyrinth where the issues have been. Any particular reason, Mark? I know it's hard for you to judge precisely, given that you're not out there on the track analysing it, but why more issues this week than there were last week in these women's doubles so far?
It was interesting watching yesterday the singles, and we had a very similar conversation about maybe a little bit of track fatigue. 2 weeks at a track is a long time, and I think you start to try and fix mistakes maybe that aren't there or you wouldn't usually fix. You get almost too detail-oriented, and sometimes I think you just need to lay back and slide.
There's the Stork and Pads fan club. Love it. Ice cold nerves indeed. All smiles here on a beautiful Saturday in Oberhof. Crowd starting to build despite the presence of an umpire band. And we're ready. And it will be, curiously, Praxova and Spitzova to get us underway. I must admit, I missed the fact they finished. But they do get another go. Way down in terms of time, so this is just an exercise in experience, really, for them. I must commend their bravery, though, having had the issues they have to go again. They need all the experience they can get ahead of those Olympic Games, I guess. So they go again, Victoria and Desana. They start the total of 23 seconds behind Eidberger and Machina, who themselves are way behind. They're just under 50 seconds behind Domovitz, Pivkoska in 13th. This is pretty much a training run for Praxova and Spitzova. And as I said, Mark, I didn't see them finish.
No, it looked like they stopped in the middle of the Kreisel. So this is interesting, them getting a second run, exactly the same mistake. Skidding into 12, skidding into 13 as well. This is a tough day at the office for the Slovaks.
Yeah, it's really tough, and given that they've had those issues down here, they're over the line and they're fine, which is good, but I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure putting them through that's a great idea. You can see the instant logic of it, i.e. they get another run and it's experience, but when you come off the sled like that, and is it a massive shock they make the same mistake in the same turn there? I don't know. Anyway, they're fine, and that's all I care about.
Absolutely. Almost identical the mistake, just rising up on the exit. Even more extreme angle into 12, but actually dealt with it better than they did on the first run. But yeah, I think any athlete would want to get back up to the top of the track and try and fix their error. But these girls are going to have to wait until next year, until they come back to Oberhof.
Yeah, any athlete might want to do that, but my counter-argument would be it's a coach's job to sometimes go, let's call it quits for the day. Anyway, Eidberger and Machina never call it quits. They're way behind, of course. They're not going to win here. They're bound to finish 14th. In fact, they're not going to catch Domovitz and Pivkoska, but you know what they could do ahead of the Olympics is go for a track record, something like that. Don't worry about those split times. Obviously, they're going to be silly all the way through, really, until Stramatoraru and Manolescu. But this is all about the time that Eidberger and Machina can set, and they do need a confidence boost after making that mistake in the first run.
Really do, almost putting it into a skid into 12, but they managed to stick the landing. This is much better from Eidberger Machina.
Here they come, around the Kreisel. Needless to say, it's quicker. Needless to say, it's very quick. 42.084, and they would have been third in the first run with that time. So that's more like it. Nice buzz. They're done for here, of course, in terms of competing, but that is a run worth grabbing hold of and gives them some momentum ahead of a couple of weeks' time.
I think it's so important for them, isn't it? There's two areas of pride here. There's the Degenhardt-Rosenthal being angry that they're not there, being upset, and Eidberger Machina possibly feeling they have to justify their place ever so slightly, and I think they did with that wonderful second run.
By the way, all the sunshades here are now fully open. We're not concerned about the sun affecting the track now. Conditions just about perfect as sunshine starts to come down here in Oberhof. It's a really beautiful day for winter sports. Domovitz, Pivkoska, again, ignore those splits. They're going to be way ahead of Eidberger and Machina. It's all about their performance, trying to move up from 13th here, the two poles.
Big skid into 12 as well. The labyrinth was good, but the double sled's really struggling with looping curve 11 and coming up on the exit.
And they're going to come around the Kreisel into that beautiful sunshine and a skid over the line as well. 43.206. A little quicker than they were in that first run, but still a few errors. They're not going to move too far up, I don't think, with that time. It all builds this towards the battle between the top three. Stork and Pats, Butter and Oberhofer, and Egler Kip looking to extend their lead at the top of the table. Eidberger Machina will pick up something for 14th, but it will allow Egler and Kip to extend away from them and indeed from Degenhardt and Rosenthal. They could almost make sure of the season win today. Next up, Stramatoraru and Manolescu. Luca and Michaela. She's a soldier. I suspect in more ways than one, Michaela. She does some job on the bottom position of that sled. Had a patchy season. Stramatoraro and Manolescu, a third full season together after giving up singles and still trying to feel their way to becoming top 10 regulars, at least, Stramatoraro and Manolescu. They'll expect to stay inside the time of Domovic and Pivkoska. They had a big advantage. It's whether they can force their way any further up that leaderboard.
This is looking better through the labyrinth than run number 1. Get it off 11 into 12. Just dab the feet, but it's enough. Well in the green.
Yeah, down the straightaway they go. Around the finishing Kreisel, they'll remain, I suspect, well in the green here. Yeah, by 0.334. Second fastest on this second run, of course. The fastest time, still by over a second, belongs to Eidberger and Machina.
Oberhof, always good for a redemption run. No run is quite the same. And that second run from the Romanians was really so much better than their first, especially here around the labyrinth into 11. Had a much better exit. Just a little tap of the feet, probably a little bit of a confidence builder, but finishing off strong, Stramatoraro and Manolescu.
So now BT and Kaylee, the Canadians from Calgary. BT, the younger athlete by a couple of years. Both accomplished singles sliders, still finding their way in the doubles. 12th in that Olympic qualifying table. They still had that asterisk next to their name last time I looked in terms of making it to Milan Cortina. So anything they can do is going to help.
Yeah, the youngsters really close to a breakthrough, you feel, when you watch them slide. They've learned so much in a short time when they've hopped from a single sled to a double sled. It's good through the labyrinth from BT and Kaylee. Much better curve 11 as well. One of the best we've seen into curve 12.
So they will threaten that time of Stramatoraro and Manolescu. They're going to comfortably surpass it, I think. Over 2/10 is their advantage. Way over 3 in the end. Really impressive finish from Podolski and Allen, and that may yet move them up into the top 10, you would feel. The second fastest run that we've seen in the second groups, just behind Eidberger and Machino.
That was real class, really showing what they're capable of. That shot through there. Duncan Kennedy sort of liked it, sort of didn't. And then through here into curve 13. And that lovely diving line, not coming up on the exit, not having to correct. All going well for Podolski Allen.
Nadia Falkensteiner and Annalena Huber next. 12th last December in Oberhof, of course, not going last week. They led us off today. They have an advantage of just over a 10th here over our leaders, Podolski and Allen. And the drama all builds to Egler and Kip here, remember. So, Falkensteiner and Huber looking to guarantee their place in the top 10. Podolski and Allen will watch on with interest, and Falkensteiner and Huber have already lost a little bit of time here.
Yeah, it's a cushion, but it's not much. 14 thousandths of a second at that checkpoint as they go around 8. Lovely looping line round 8, lovely round lines. And here we go in 11 as well, much better than on run number 1. This is another decent run from Falkensteiner Huber.
And here's the speed into the Kreisel to finish for Falkensteiner and Huber. Have they done enough? They have. They picked up speed at the bottom of the track. Over 3/10, the advantage for the Italians. But this all really the phony war as we wait. Firstly for Degenhardt and Rosenthal to try and surge up the leaderboard, but then for our top 3 to go.
A great shot of the start. Looks like the track is holding up well. See those ice chips flying. And this shot just down the straightaway, you see Nadia Falkensteiner just pushing it in to the entrance of the Kreisel. Makes such a difference when you can do that. Means you don't have to do so much work. Means you don't have to cut so much ice, create so much friction. It's a very solid run from the Italians.
So coming next, the Ukrainians, Stechkiv and Mok, they were 9th on that first run. Olena and Alexandra, all you can do is constantly try and improve. They were 12th last week, 11th and 10th last season here, so single figures would be nice, and that's where they are right now. The target, Falkensteiner and Huber, still Eidberger Machina, not surprisingly, the fastest of the second runs to this point, and Stechkiv and Mok remain in the green figures here.
Yes, it's looking good for them right now. Quarter of a second they started off with. Now that's dripping away a little bit, but the labyrinth much cleaner than on run number 1. Just holding up through the middle, managed to get it straight into 12 as well, but really losing time through here and into the red.
Yeah, they're starting to lose a bit more time, aren't they? Over 600ths now for Stechkiv and for Mok. And second disappointment, Falkensteiner and Huber move at least a place up as we will build shortly towards Degenhardt and Rosenthal, who Peter and Pavlova to go before them, but the work done for Stechkiv and for Mok.
Well, that big start, and then this is 10 to 11. It's falling out a little bit, but it's a decent run. Some of it, again, just coming up on the exit of 11, but they dealt with it really well. Stuck the landing, tiny little skid. But again, another team that's improving on run number 2.
So Andrew Peter and Madara Pavlova go next. They've got loads in hand here over our leaders, Falkensteiner and Huber, nearly half a second. So Peter and Pavlova targeting that time of Falkensteiner and Huber.
Well, this is good looking through the top curves. Half a second to the good. They've just lost 200ths in that little section. Just a little bit choppy through the labyrinth. But again, 11's good. Managed to stick it, no skid into 12. Losing a touch of time, but they should be okay.
Yeah, the straightaway eventually looking good. Around Kreisel they go. They had so much in hand, and they lost a little bit of time, but Peter and Pavlova, in fact, they've gained a touch on Falkensteiner and Huber in the end. 42.577. Stage is set now to see how quick Degenhardt and Rosenthal could go after that big error on their first run. Could they threaten their own track record? If they do, be interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure they're fighting for that. This is where we'll hopefully see that exit, where they just came up on one steel, slapped down. Great work to stabilize the sled and keep it going exactly where they needed it to go.
Deep breath from Jessica Degenhardt. Cheyenne Rosenthal in behind. The police officer on top, the sports soldier on the bottom. Conquered so much this season. And now they go. Errors on the first run. How quick will they be here? Can they threaten their own track record to have an improbable Taubit-style surge in this second run? We saw her go from 8th to 3rd. Degenhardt and Rosenthal starting here a place better than that. And it looks very, very quick at the moment.
That labyrinth, really nice from Degenhardt Rosenthal. This is more like it. Can they threaten their own track record? It's looking good at this checkpoint.
See that real speed on the straightaway. Here come Degenhardt and Rosenthal. 42.037 in the second run. Not far outside the track record. It won't win them the day, but it may well lift them here.
I mean, that is what's so good to watch with these two when they're in full flow. It really is so impressive to see. This is the labyrinth. You saw them just falling off a little bit. That happens on a double sled. But the important thing is how you keep your calm, how you keep the sled stabilized. And they made it look smooth and fast from top to bottom.
They would have been second after the first run with that time. And pressure, of course, on all of those now that follow. Starting with Robesnica Bogdanova. And you would say, it's not too big a statement to say, they'll have to overperform to get past Degenhardt and Rosenthal here. That's how quick they were, and they've already lost time.
Yes, this is going to be a tough and tall order for the Latvians. But we know that these two can throw down an absolute flyer on their day. Just bumping on early in the labyrinth, late into 10, slapping across to 11. That is not going to help their cause, but it's clean into 12.
And the straightaway looked a little bit awkward. The feet came down again, bumped off that right wall. It looks really messy here from Robesnica Bogdanova. They're second, and Degenhardt and Rosenthal, I think deep down knew that was going to happen. They already move up a place. They're sixth at worst, and it may yet matter in the overall World Cup standings.
Well, a great correction from Robesnica Bogdanova on the exit of 13. I hope we see that one again, because they really made the best of a bad deal as they got thrown towards that right wall. This is a transition into 13. All looked good, but you see that angle to the right and just a gentle drop of the feet, and then work from Kitcha Bogdanova in the back, stabilizing the sled. Really good corrections from the Latvians.
Shannon Gordon next for the USA. They again have an advantage, but still not much of one over Degenhardt and Rosenthal. Just over a tenth. Looks a lot, doesn't it? But remember, Degenhardt and Rosenthal laid down a very quick time on their second run, so it needs to be quicker from Shannon Gordon than it was in their first run. Put bluntly, makes you realize the task that lies in front, and already, and maybe predictably, they too have lost time on the fast-starting Degenhardt and Rosenthal.
Indeed, it's a tough time to chase down. A little bit late into 8, and then doing exactly the same line as they did in run number 1. Just having to push it across, but 10, 11, 11, 12, much better from the Americans.
You have to feel they're aiming for second here. They're outside Degenhardt and Rosenthal. They're outside Robesnica Bogdanova. Degenhardt and Rosenthal, despite that mistake, are going to finish top 5 at worst here.
Just dropping back at the end. Shows what an incredible time that was by Degenhardt Rosenthal. At the top, they started to lose time. They lost time all the way down, not through any huge fault of their own, just through incredible sliding from the #1 team in the world right now, Degenhardt and Rosenthal.
Same is true for Forgan and Kirkby. Until we get to Storkenpads in third, it's been true of everyone. They have to go quicker than they did in the first run to beat Degenhardt and Rosenthal. So the pressure now on the USA #1s. You would say the likely outcome, if you're guessing, is Degenhardt and Rosenthal will get to 4th and then find 3 too good, but you never know. only Egler and Kipp have gone quicker than them so far. Forgan and Kirkby need to beat their time from that first run of 42.323, and that's a good start from Forgan and Kirkby. That's better.
Well, you watch this and you think this is very much in Forgan and Kirkby's gift to do this very late into curve 8. That's not going to help them cut down this time, but they're still in the green into curve 11. Just slap off 11 into 12, but it's clean. 0.08 of a second going into 13.
Yeah, they're outside, and they're further outside, and they're losing time all the time. Forgan and Kirkby are not going to catch them. Degenhardt and Rosenthal are one place away from the podium, despite making that big mistake on their first run. Only 3 can beat them now.
Again, not too much wrong from the Americans. This is a labyrinth into 10. And then 10, 11, they just got that high line in the exit. There's so much experience on that sled, dealt with it absolutely beautifully. And this was that little slap off, but again, Sophia Kirkby in the back, making sure that they stick the landing, and Siobhan Forgan doing the good work at the top, just not quite enough to catch the Germans.
Stork and Pats, look at their advantage. This is when it gets difficult, I think, for Degenhardt and Rosenthal. 3.5 tenths for Stork and Pats. Degenhardt and Rosenthal need these 3 to make the mistake they did, frankly, to cost them, and they won't wish that on their teammates anyway. Stork and Pats just need a good solid run and they'll guarantee a podium here. They're losing a little bit of time, but only a little.
There's quite a lot of pressure on the youngsters, that's for sure. And they're looking good at this checkpoint though. Just a little loop in 11, little skid into 12, dropping back a bit, but still with a handsome lead.
Yeah, inside 3/10, but surely enough for Stork and Pats to take over at the top, and they do. They lost a bit of time. It's only the 3rd fastest of the second runs. Degenhardt and Rosenthal still hold the fastest, but Stork and Pats can punch the air. They're guaranteed a podium here in Oberhof, and that's a lovely moment for them. And they will be top Germans here.
That was great work from the youngsters, holding their nerve all the way down. A really gutsy performance. And from top to bottom, watching it now, you would think it was never in doubt. But this track has had so many pitfalls, especially from 10 to 11, which they navigated just right. And then down the straightaway here, you can see them thinking, I think we've done enough. Absolutely, they had wonderful scenes from the young Germans to claim at least the bronze.
Futter and Oberhofer with an advantage of 6.5 66 thousandths, not much to play with. So it may yet get better for Stork and Pats. Egler and Kipp, of course, the overwhelming favourites here to win in Oberhof. But can Futter and Oberhofer make sure of at least second here? It's going to be tight. In fact, though, they've extended their advantage to over a tenth. That's good sliding.
It really is making the most of those top curves. 10-11, looks good. Little skid, shouldn't cost them too much. They've dropped a tiny bit going into 13.
Yeah, only just under 600ths to play with coming around the finishing Kreisel here. It will be tight. Oh! Stork and Pat still lead. Degenhardt and Rosenthal celebrate with their teammates, who are going to finish second at worst. What a weekend for them. Butter and Oberhofer were celebrating there, which I must say I'm not sure about. They're guaranteed podium, but they've just given up a place. It's all set anyway for Egler and Kipp.
Here we go through 10 into 11. But where it really cost them was on the exit here, having to drop the feet. They had just enough in their pocket as they went into the Kreisel and then got that awkward rise on the exit. And that was probably those 9,000ths of a second right there.
Love the reaction from Degenhardt and Rosenthal. Great teammates. Egler and Kipp, though, with the advantage of nearly a 10th here over Stork and Patz. It's tantalizing this for the young Germans, thinking, goodness me, we're one mistake away from getting the gold here in Oberhof. And Egler and Kipp have lost a bit of time at the top, but they're so quick down at the bottom. Only just over 600s, though, not a great deal to play with.
Really not. Slightly choppy through the labyrinth as well. But 11 to 12 is good. This should where they should extend their lead out of 13.
Yeah, they picked up time now, over a 10th, down the straightaway, turning finally through the Kreisel, surely to win, and they do win. But Stork and Patz, unfamiliar names on the podium. Egler, Kipp extend their World Cup lead, and they will go to the Olympic Games for sure as favourites for gold now, especially with Degenhardt and Rosenthal not there. It feels right now like it's Egler and Kipp's to lose in Milan Cortina.
Oh, they're just so good. Really, that bottom section of the track there, you saw them go from 11 to 12, and we've seen it all season. They just switch on the afterburners, find that speed through the bottom of the track. So good to watch on the sled as well. Sliding with such confidence through that very tricky labyrinth, even with that high choppy line, dealt with it really well. And just great sliding from top to bottom from the Austrians.
And so in our final World Cup event before the Olympic Games, 2 of the top 4 will not be at the Olympic Games. The winners will be, though. And do you say right now, I know it's track dependent, are Futter and Oberhof favourites for that bronze? Maybe they are in behind. You would think Egler, Kipp and Eidberger Machina. Anyway, that's to be discussed. Egler, Kipp win here in Oberhof. Stork and Patz remarkably in second. Great weekend. Breakout weekend for them. And Futter and Oberhof for the Italians in third. A great surge from 7th to 4th from Degenhardt and Rosenthal. Eidberger Machina down in 14th. They were never going to surge anywhere, but they did at least lay down the 3rd fastest time of the second run. See the Stork and Patz fan club, much success it says at the bottom. And they'll be delighted to have watched that. Lots of friends and family here, of course. Here's the overall standings. Eidberger Machina hold on to second. They wouldn't have done if Degenhardt and Rosenthal had won or finished second. But Eidberger Machina holding on. But Egler and Kipp look like they've gone. Massive lead, 132 points. Could they beat World Cup winners, Crystal Globe and Olympic gold medalists? That would seem the likely outcome. Talking of outcomes, here's ours. From the women's doubles, Futter and Oberhof third. The story, Stork and Patz in second. And our winners were Egler and Kipp. We'll hear from our podium athletes and we'll see the presentations before our attention switches to the men's doubles. The punch of the air tells you Egler and Kipp did it again.
presentation, EBERSPAECHER Luge World Cup Doppelsitzer der Frauen Women's Doubles. Der dritte Platz, the third place, aus Italien, representing Italy, Andrea Vetter und Marion Oberhofer.
Nice moment for them. And they have a chance of double medal in Milan Cortina. They arguably are Italy's best chances.
Der zweite Platz, the second place, aus Deutschland, representing Germany, Elisa Storch und Pauline Patz.
Lovely moment for them. And they will hope to build on that throughout the rest of the season and in seasons to come. A few points proved by Storch and Patz today.
Und der erste Platz, the first place, aus Österreich, representing Austria, Selina Egle und Lara Kipp.
Lara needed some help to get up to that podium, but she should get used to it. Will they be on the most special podium of all in 2 weeks' time? Just over. We'll see. What a chance they've got, though. A reminder, Storch and Patz will not be at the Olympic Games, nor will Degenhardt and Rosenthal, unless there's a late dropout. We understand they're next on the list. It will be Eidberger Machina representing Germany, and the pair in the middle there, Egle and Kipp, start as favourites. Before we leave you, we'll hopefully hear from at least one of our winners. Much to come, men's doubles and then the mixed singles and doubles from Oberhof. And remember, those mixed events are European Championships as well, the first mixed European Championships. You'll never lose alone, look at that. Storch and Patz fan club. I thought for a moment that was a small dog in his jacket with a hat on, but I think it's a cuddly toy. I was getting a bit worried.
Guys,
Here they are.
congratulations, another podium here, incredible run. It seemed you had this all under control, right?
I don't know. It was really hard today. The ice was so hard. It was like perfect conditions, but we were definitely on the limit. So we are so happy with the first run, with the first place. Yes.
It seemed like you had a little issue at the start at the first run. Can you take us through what happened there?
Yeah, we were too fast laying down, and we went to the left, and we should be going to the right. So it wasn't that perfect, but we managed to take it to the minimum, and the second run was good.
Yeah, they brushed any mistakes aside, no problems there. Egle and Kipp win again. And off they go, sing-song time.
Guys, congratulations, your first ever podium, and that's on a home track. Take us through your run. How happy are you now?
We are totally happy. Our first podium. We didn't expect it, but we are happier than ever. It was not perfect, but it was 2 good runs.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Lovely for them. And they were so close to a win. And even though these athletes don't wish ill on each other, they must have been thinking, go on, make a mistake. That close, but it will come. They'll get their first win.
Congratulations on an Italian podium here, right on the last race before the Olympics. Take us through your run. How happy are you with your performance so close to your home run?
The first run was awesome, the second one not so good, but we found a big confidence, a huge one for the next races, so we are happy.
Yeah.
happy and ready.
A lot of pressure on them. Of course, there are other Italians that can get Olympic medals. Of course there are. So much quality. But given the field, given their ability, you feel they're the most likely. So there will be pressure when that women's doubles gets underway on Votter and Oberhof. So great for them to get third here and get that boost. Men's doubles to come. Gets underway, 15-20 minutes time. We'll see you then.
Gratulation zu einer weiteren Goldmedaille hier in Oberhof. Zweite Woche hier. Wie läuft diese Woche?
Ja, uns ist jetzt schon ein bisschen ein Schauen vom Herzen gefallen, weil wir uns im Training nicht ganz so leicht getan haben. Auch bei der EM einfach richtig viele Fehler gehabt haben. Ja, wir sind mega happy über den ersten Lauf, über den ersten Platz. Also wir sind heute was ein richtig schweres Rennen, weil es so kaltes Eis war und wir definitiv am Limit waren. Wir haben auf jeden Fall alles zusammen gehabt und ja, bin mega happy.
Wir haben gesehen im ersten Lauf kleine Probleme am Start oben. Was ist denn da genau passiert bei euch?
Ja, wir haben ein bisschen Kudel am Start, sind zu schnell hingelegt und hat es einfach nach links verrissen. Wir sollten ja eigentlich nach rechts durchfahren. Und dann haben wir halt alles probiert, dass wir dann noch halbwegs gerade reinfahren. Und ich glaube, wir haben den Schaden minimiert, soweit es geht. Und im zweiten Lauf war es dann viel besser. Danke.
Also, was haben wir denn heute?
And a very warm welcome back to Oberhof. Great win for Egler and Kipp. And I should mention, I didn't at the time, that broke the German dominance here. 2 wins for them yesterday, but they will very much hope via Wendel and Arlt that they will re-establish that here ahead of the mixed singles and mixed doubles, for which they will surely be favourites as well. Here at the home track for so many of these German athletes here in Oberhof. Now, our focus turns to the men's doubles. 11 corners for the men as well. It all happens very quickly here. So much to negotiate. And one thing that's going to be interesting is, having seen some of the top women's doubles pairs really suffer in that labyrinth, will the same thing happen to the men here? Is it track fatigue? Is there something that's catching them out? Well, we'll find out, won't we? Let's take a look with Mark at our POV here for the men's doubles.
So from the same start as the women and the women's doubles, this is the view into curve 5, and then the transition 6 to 7. This is where you have to be so smooth, carry all that speed into this labyrinth. 8 shoots you into 9, and then this section here. That is where we've seen so many problems for the double sleds, especially in the last race. Last week it wasn't such a problem, but something in the water's changed. It's become much more challenging this weekend for the double sleds. Will we see more of the same in this race?
I think that the thing that's most interesting is who it was. That it was Eidberger, Mancina, and Degenhardt Rosenthal. I know Degenhardt and Rosenthal put it right. Praxever and Spitzever too, of course, but yeah. Almost just the search for speed caught them out. It's getting cooler and cooler by the moment. We're heading towards 0 in terms of the air temperature.
Definitely harder ice than they've had throughout the week, and that can make a difference when you've been on slightly frosty ice all week, and then race day comes and it's 4 degrees cooler, and your equipment may be set up for a slightly grippier track. Egler Kip hinted to that. They said the ice is very hard out there, and maybe that's what's making the difference.
It'll be Gitlan and Serban to get us underway. It was Rieder and Keinswalder who won the Nations Cup. Bosman Mick were 3rd, Gitlan Serban 4th. The German pair who finished 2nd, not taking part in the main race. And then those places made up. Wardrope, Zajanski down. The rest of the Nations Cup qualifiers, everyone who took part in the Nations Cup, apart from the German pair who came 2nd, makes it through to the main race. There will be 20 in all. And they go through all of their final warm-up routines to get themselves warm and ready for the challenge that lies in front of them. As we've already seen, a big weekend for the 2 Italian sleds here, Rieder, Keinswalder, Nagler, Malaya, ahead of the Olympic Games, missing out last week, so that's much needed practice here. Testing those reaction times. Making sure the steel temperatures are all good. I think we're ready to get things underway. Of course, as always, Wendel and Alt start as favourites, and I think they'd love to win this, well, because they're winners, but also ahead of the Games. It's just felt as if the season has gone on, that they've really established their dominance. They'd love to dominate here again. Storkenpats with lots of friends and family here. Lots to celebrate their 2nd place. Lovely weekend for them at their home track. Lots of friends all around. Well, soon we'll see Gitlan and Serban up at the top of the track. There they are, the Romanian duo. A reminder, in this men's doubles, 20 go, and then 20 go again in double quick time to decide our winners over 2 runs. So, Vasily Gitlan and Darius Serban, who was 16th last weekend in Oberhof. They were 18th on the bigger Olympic qualifying list. They go as the Romanian #1 sled, and they're the ones who get to set the time.
And it's looking good so far for the Romanians. This is that tricky 10-11 section, but they deal with that well. 11 to 12, a good straight shot, and putting down a good first run here, the Romanians.
You see the sunshades down there, closed now. Curves 4, 6, 11, 13 and 14 on the sun-exposed parts of the track. There's the time that's set by Gitlan and Serban. We don't really know the relevance of that until we see everyone else go, but they are the first ones out, earning that early start by finishing 3rd in the Nations Cup.
It may not make too much difference this weekend with those colder temperatures. The track looked like it held up really well for the women. And just down here, you see them just pushing the sled to get that early entrance on the right-hand side into the finish curve, which is so important.
So next, Christian Bosman and Bruno Mick They saw Slovakian struggles in the women's doubles. 12th last week. It's a really good week for them. And a good second place in the Nations Cup. Maybe they are a pair just on the brink of a breakthrough. Not the first time they've been high in those Nations Cup standings, but 12th last week was particularly encouraging, albeit with the absence of the Italy sleds.
Absolutely, and it's good to see Bruno Mick as well, jumping on a single sled, doing a Wolfie Kindle light season. A little bit of singles, a little bit of doubles. And they're coming great here, out of 11 to 12. This is a really nice run from the Slovaks out onto the straightaway.
Yeah, and around the Kreisel, and they're beating the Gitlan and Serban time by some distance here. It's a really good run. Look at that, nearly half a second. Yeah, I'm not surprised they like that. It emphasizes the point I was making at the top, that they're in a useful run of form here, these two.
They really are, working well together, learned their trade coming up through the juniors. Both sliding singles, both sliding doubles. And having success through the juniors in those events as well. This is a gorgeous labyrinth as well. See just that little less height in the entrance of 10, gave them that smoother entrance to 11, and made all the difference on the exit.
So next up, Rieder and Keinsvallner. Italy at the start of the season very much wanted to be a two-sled doubles nation going into the Olympic Games, and they are. Rieder and Keinsvallner 11th on that qualifying list, behind Nagler and Malaya. And remember, they were 5th at the Olympic test event. Now, you don't want to read too much into that necessarily, but if you're reading anything into it, they go with an outside chance if they're in form. Don't read too much into the fact that they're low down the list and so on. They've missed 2 of the events so far. They're very capable, this pair.
Absolutely, and they've had that couple of extra weeks training as well on their home track. That's a good labyrinth from the Italians. Just see them carry that speed into 12. And with those extra couple of runs they've had over the last week, who knows what they found out about the Milan Cortina track.
.161 off the podium in Beijing. They were close there. They're well inside here. Zergler likes that. Appreciation from him. That's hard-earned. And a little shrug of the shoulders that suggests they might have left something out there, Rieder Keinsvallner, but they're in useful form ahead of the Olympic Games.
They really are. The top section from Rieder Keinsvallner, very nice. That's that shot into the start. But the labyrinth from the Italians was excellent. And you just saw them carry that speed. This is probably where they're having a couple of thoughts. That heavy exit out of 13 shouldn't have cost them too much. A red light, so that means they have to go and get controlled, make sure everything is up to snuff.
Zach Di Gregorio, Sean Hollander. The American duo here had good seasons on tracks that suit them. Second in Park City, 9th here last week. USA #2 sled ahead of those Olympic Games, and 7,000ths inside the time of Rieder and Keinsvallner here.
And this is another team where you feel they're just due a result. They have so much credit in the bank from past seasons. Labyrinth looking good from Di Gregorio Hollander. Again, getting that gorgeous cross into 12, 4,000ths of a second.
And they dropped into the red and back into the green. 18,000ths their advantage. They'll have to be quick through the sunshade, around the Kreisel, and they are quick, and they're inside. Rieder and Keinsvallner, it ebbed and flowed there, but eventually they find their way into first. That's a good time from those two. Maybe this is the weekend they surge a bit further up that leaderboard.
It would be good to see. America with such a long and proud history in the doubles event. Lots of Olympic medals. Look at that entrance into 12. Maybe a touch early, but I think pretty much any team would take that. And they look smooth and confident. Great sliding from Di Gregorio, Hollander.
Now then, Wojciech Chmielewski and Michał Gankarczyk. 11th last week. They too be representing Poland at those Olympic Games, 13th on the list. And that's been roughly where they've been all season, in and around the edges of that top 10. And they'll look to maintain that here, maybe try and move a little bit higher. Their first target, Di Gregorio and Hollander, and they're well down on their time.
They have an absolute mountain to climb here. Over half a second with half of the track to go. Round curve 8. They go into the labyrinth. The labyrinth again. A really smooth labyrinth from Chmielewski Gankarczyk into 12. 12's good as well.
They're way down though on a very good time, and the straightaway looks a bit messy too. Might be in and around a second slower here, Chmielewski and Gankarczyk. Yeah, they are. 9/10. Didn't like the start, did he? That's why.
Crooked pull on the start. Well, that costs so much, especially on a short track like Oberhof. You run out of track to make amends for your mistake. And then that slightly wonky straightaway as well. Just adding insult to injury for the Polish team.
Markus Müller and Ansel.
Markus Müller, Ansel Haugstjahr. Next, the USA #1 sled. They were really high up that Olympic qualifying list in second, but again, certain tracks suit them, certain not so. 10th in Park City, 1 in Lake Placid, in and around edges of the top 10 ever since that. 8th here last January, and 10th last week. They're chasing down their teammates here, Di Gregorio and Hollander.
8 thousandths of a second and into the green. So great to see this team absolutely shine in Lake Placid. And they're looking good through the labyrinth. A little late to 10, falling out into 11. Having to hold up hard in the middle, late into 12 as well. 19 thousandths of a second into 13.
Over 600ths now behind Di Gregorio and Hollander. Again, too many mistakes. They're behind Rita Keinsvallner as well. Another disappointing run from Müller and Haugstjahr ahead of the games.
And really nothing major there. A solid run from the young Americans. This was that line through the labyrinth. You saw them just get thrown up in the exit of 10 and drop out. Bumps onto 11. But just some couple of tiny errors making them drop back, but they look pretty happy with it. Into 3rd place go Müller Haugstjahr.
Well, 9 seeded pairs to go, so they're going to be outside the top 10 probably. But who knows? And they might be working on their sled, mightn't they, as you always say, so that might be why they're punching the air. Olemwender and Doubes, world champions, 4th last week. One of the pairs, because of quality ahead of them, that won't be going to the games, but they're really exceptional. Germany's #3 sled, and they love this place too.
It's a tough place to be, Germany's #3 sled, if you know you're world class. Top 5 athletes every day of the week, top 3. And well in the green through the labyrinth. It's looking good there as well. 11 to 12, perfect. Straight shot to 12.
What a run this is from Olemwender and Doubes. And around the Kreisel, that Di Gregorio Hollander time is under under threat and is beaten by 8.5 hundredths. There's the new standard set by Wende Gubitz.
Well, that was absolutely first class from the reigning world champions. Really good to watch. Working so well as a team. This is the line, 9 to 10. Little choppy, didn't really cost them that much. And then really good exit 11, accelerating into 12. And really putting down a great bottom section all the way from 11 to the finish.
And it was interesting to see you could make that mistake and still go fastest. Italy's #1 sled here, Nagler and Malaya. They want to be in and around those medals. They'll believe, the police officer and the soldier, that they have a chance. Former junior world champions in Altenburg in 2018 when they beat Wende and Gubitz, and they've got to beat their time here. And they're inside it after a very good solid start.
Yeah, 1/10 of a second to the good at that checkpoint. This is a great start from the Italians, and now building on it. They found another 200ths of a second. The entrance to the labyrinth is good as well. 10-11 slick as they get that straight shot across to 12. Just bumping on, but dealing with it well. Still a 1/10 to the good.
Of course, all that work done on the track at Milan Cortina. This still an Oberhof I preparation, but a very, very good one. Nagler Malaya take the lead here.
I think when you see Armin Zergler with a reaction like that, a man that has incredibly high standards, not only as an athlete, but now as a coach, you know that that was good. It was really good through the top. They built a great lead off the start. Had a little wobble here going into 12, but again, just absorbing that bump, keeping their calm. And that was the result. A really good 12 to 13 and more acceleration through the bottom of the track.
Is it Italy, with all of the training at Milan Cortina, World Cup weekends missed, are they going to time it perfectly? It means so much. Talking of timing it perfectly, Tony Eggert is very good at that. Second last week, a sense they've been playing with the sled. A sense that now they have it as they want it. This will be interesting to see how quick they are in Oberhof, with something maybe still in hand ahead of the Olympic Games.
It's been so interesting watching these two. We know Tony Eggert's a mad scientist. We know he likes to work on the equipment constantly, fettling the sled, changing tiny details, changing major details. It's not pretty to watch right now. And they're still in the red by almost 2/10.
Yeah, whatever experiments they're trying here are certainly not working as they come through the sunshade around the Kreisel into third. Made up time down at the bottom a little bit, but still behind Nagler Malaya, Wende Gubitz.
You know, that was interesting to watch on this short track. We wonder if the slightly longer, more open curves of the Cortina track are just going to be manna from heaven for this sled. This sled struggling to get through those labyrinth curves. And you saw when the track opened up down the bottom, they accelerated. So maybe, just maybe, throwing away this Oberhof World Cup a little bit with a sled that may be a master stroke for a couple of weeks' time.
Adds to all of the subplots. These two part of those as well. Twice third in Oberhof last season, 7th surprisingly last week. Kindle goes in singles after that slide off last week. He and Stoy also go in doubles. Can they at least advance their position from last week that was certainly disappointing. The target here, the Italians, Nagler and Malaya.
Well, this is great to watch. A little late to 8, but get it back together. The labyrinth is smooth from Stoikindl. This checkpoint just 200ths back going into 13.
Straightaway looks pretty good, and they go level with Nagler Malaya. Are they just going to overtake them around the Kreisel here? It's tight, and they have. Look at the speed there from Stoy and from Kindle. Like singles, like doubles for Wolfie Kindle. He finds that speed right down at the bottom.
I do feel that's one of those runs they've been waiting for all season. They've had such an up and down season, and that run really showing what they're capable of. That gorgeous shot from 9 to 10, and then down the straightaway, stretching out. He knew it was good, just took a little peek into Kreisel, and then laid back and accelerated over the finish line.
Gat and Scherp go next. Put simply for them, the target is their teammates. They were third last week. They've been mega consistent all season, second to only Wendel and Alt in the overall standings. Gat and Scherp, but of course they will be an almighty part of that Olympic picture. But they're in the red compared to Stoy and Kindle at the moment.
Yeah, losing time with each checkpoint. 9-10 is okay, just bump onto 11. Get away with it though. Little knock into 12 as well, and dropping back even more.
Here comes the straightaway. Are they just dropping further behind? Well, they are. Third for Gat and Scherp. That run of Nagler Malaya looking pretty good too, but Stoy and Kindle, the two who lead the way.
Well, tiny errors from top to bottom, really costing them. Again, we know what these two can do. We know how fast they are. But week in, week out, you can't always be perfect. Wendel will do a pretty good job though.
They do.
Just through there. From 10 to 11, you just saw them hammer that entrance into 11. Having to do so much work in 11 to make sure the sled got out of the exit. And that really cost the Austrians.
Exactly 6 days ago.
4 seeds to go before the rest of the Nations Cup qualifiers. Bots and Plumer 5th last week. Latvia's #1 sled. Mega consistent. Bots and Plumer 3rd in the overall standings at the moment. A fine season from them. Another who will be in and around that Olympic picture. They were 4th here last January. They'll certainly believe another top 5 is in prospect here.
The Latvian doubles really looking good this year. Both teams having a real good battle within the team. But just dropping back at the moment. Track's still looking good. So losing time through the top. And back by a 10th into curve 12.
The sunshades really add to the drama because suddenly the sleds appear from them as they go up towards the finish here. Bots and Plumer, it's a poor run. They're only 6th. And this is the problem. It's why consistency is so hard in this sport, because it is milliseconds. Even mistakes you can't see. Tiny alterations of line that you just can't pick up.
And so often you feel on a double sled, it's that much more difficult to go error-free. It's a sport that rewards consistency, but also rewards those that can fix their mistakes quickly. almost before they happen, or if they've already happened, fix them in the same curve.
Talking of consistency, coming next, the team that does manage to overcome all those issues. The World Cup leaders, the two Tobys, Wendel and Alt, 466 points clear of Gat and Scherpf in second with 384. And of course, 6 Olympic gold medals each. They are quite extraordinary. And they won here. And the last two events in Oberhof, last January and then last week. Second fastest start, but most importantly quicker than Stoy and Kindle. They are becoming relentless again, and they want to maintain that.
Just dropping back a touch. They've lost a couple of hundredths into the labyrinth, but still looking good. 11 to 12's good, but it's down to just a hundredth of a second into 13.
And remember how quick Stoy and Kindle were from this point onwards. Wendel and Alt with 17,000 still in those green numbers. Yes, track record. They break their own track record. Wendel and Alt, 41.274. They are never to be denied.
What a fascinating track record as well. It looked for anyone's money as they went into 12 and they were just down to 100ths, but they hadn't done enough. And then out of nowhere, why was it ever in doubt, really? Wendel and Alt put on the afterburners through those bottom curves and just multiplied and multiplied their advantage.
Track record at Oberhof is something for a German to hold. Now then, Sevic, Michael Sevic and Kras, Sigulda's surprise winners. 8 last week. So they won on their home track. Not quite the same level of success elsewhere, but still a good season for them to this point as they really chase Bots and Plumer in that great inter-team rivalry. Over a 10th outside, Wendel and Alt already.
The entrance to the labyrinth is okay, but they fall out of 10 into 11. 11-12's good, though. They may catch up a wee bit here as they go into 13.
Oh, look at that. The feet come down in the straightaway. They were higgledy-piggledy there. That will cost them serious time. Wow. 11. That is desperately disappointing from Latvia's second sled.
I don't think anyone was expecting that from these two. Having watched them over the last 3 to 4 weeks, they've looked so good. And it looked like they had it in touching distance as well, all the way down the track, right up until 13. Yes, they were losing a bit of time, but remember, they're chasing down a track record. But then it all went wrong out of curve 13. Just sat, probably little overcorrection, throwing them into the left wall. You don't see it too often, but when it happens, very, very difficult to recover from.
It's one of the worst places to lose speed, isn't it? Because that's where you gain speed, around that Kreisel. Müller, Frauscher, 6th last week. In the unfortunate position of being just Austria's #3 sled, and we know what that's like for these athletes. Behind Gat, Scherpf and Stoy Kindle at the moment. Wendel, Alt leading from Stoy Kindle. Germany, Austria, Italy. Austria right now, our top 4. Can Müller and Frauscher get in amongst it here?
Well, it's a bit of a mountain to climb. They're going to have to hold nothing back through this labyrinth, just going high on the exit of 10. But 11-12 is solid, but still 0.2 of a second back.
Building up speed now. Well behind, it feels like anyway, Müller and Frauscher just inside the top 10 for them. Another really disappointing run after Sevic, Michael Sevic and Kras. It makes you wonder if the track is just slowing a touch.
You do wonder, having seen it all last weekend and yesterday as well, those very close to zero air temperatures, though hopefully creating a fairer field of play. The ice definitely looking a little milkier. You see that great shot of them down the straightaway, but back by a quarter of a second from that remarkable track record from Wendell Alt.
41.274, the track record. Now we go into the other Nations Cup qualifiers. First, the Canadians, Wardrope and Zajanski. Wardrope still feeling his way back after injury. This, for them, still, well, there's a sense of almost a trial about it, just getting used to things again.
Absolutely. Cole Zajanski, in Devon Wardrope's absence, showed the world that he's a very decent single slider as well. It shows that that's the reason these guys are world championships, bronze medalists in the team competition, but almost half a second back from Wendell Alt.
Yeah, there's no shame in that, though. That track record is not really there to be shot at by these Nations Cup qualifiers. 14th for them, only 2 slower. And 4 pairs to go here. In a way, calm after the storm, after the Lord Mayor's show. But these 2 athletes who certainly can get into that bigger picture in coming years.
It's a solid start, but you can see he's probably holding back with that shoulder injury. But the real highlight of this run for me was curve 13, where they did a low line and shot out like a rocket. That section rewards bravery, and that was real brave sliding from the Canadians.
Hi, everyone.
By the way, as we watch Daniel Martinsovsky and Bogdan Babora, I should tell you that during the night, I can't quite believe this happened, a break-in happened at Team Romania's hotel, and the equipment belonging to the doubles teams was stolen. So other teams have provided shoes, helmets, gloves, and additional equipment. So the Romanian doubles teams, I know we're not specifically watching them at the moment, they're coming in a moment, Handrich and Mostja are able to compete without any issues, or without many issues. I'm sure there are still some issues, but 2 things there. How lovely that the rest of the field shows such solidarity as we watch these 2 Ukrainians go down, but also how depressing that that should happen. Anyway, Martinsovsky and Babora well outside, half a second behind the time of Wendell and Alt.
Little skid into 12, that would have cost them, but damage done at the top, I think. Almost a second back from that track record. Just over into 16th place. Taras Hatsula, the Ukrainian head coach, showing his feelings about that run. Definitely room for improvement. The Ukrainians with that tricky exit from curve 11. This is it right here. Just see them sliding into that right wall and then getting slingshotted deep into the belly of curve 12.
So, a reminder that Wendell and Alt lead from Stoyan Kindle. Wendell and Alt with a track record. Nagla Malaya currently 3rd. Gat Scherp, Orlem Wenda Gubitz complete the top 5. Coming next, Boyan Kashmar. 3 Ukrainian sleds in the final 4. Already seen Martinsovsky and Babora up into 16th. It's a little inter-team rivalry from the Ukrainian point of view. This the Ukrainian #1 sled, Hoy and Kachmar. There's not much between them all. They're the ones who are highest on that Olympic qualifying list.
Just going a little early to 6. we say, those micro errors in the top. They don't look like much, but they're so expensive when it comes to the clock. Labyrinth better though, just having to drop a foot. Will deal with it well. An 11-12 transition is okay.
Boyan Kashmar over 7/10 behind Vendel and Aert, but as we keep saying, there's no shame in that. They're going to finish above Martin Zovsky and Babora, I think. Yes, they are. So there's something for them. Up to 16th they go with 2 sleds left.
Well, it wasn't bad through the bottom section. Just that little bump onto 12. Shot of the start here. A slightly wonky settle. And then this, the line into 13, where they had a great straight shot from 13 to 14.
So with the borrowed kit, Handerich and Mostja, no one stole the uniforms. Probably thought they might stand out a bit. Gitlan and Serban already in 15th. Handerich and Mostja going down next. And you must be proud, Mark, to hear about that solidarity in your sport.
It's so good. It really shows that the Luge family is alive and well. Such mutual respect that you see, I think, so often in speed sports. Tricky line, and they're over into 12, into 11, curve 10, claims another sled. They're fighting to get it back on the steels, and they do.
Yeah, they do. The bottom slider attached, of course, so Handerich and Mostja will continue their progress, but obviously it's going to be very, very slow. And, you know, they won't use the excuse, but they haven't borrowed a sled. But if you borrow bits and bobs, it just throws you a touch. 12 seconds outside. Disappointing weekend. Absolutely,
Dave. I think something like that happening throws off your whole morning routine before the race. You're not getting up, having breakfast, being focused on the job at hand. You're thinking about, well, no doubt you're angry about what's happened. It's going so high in 10 and then hitting the transition wall in between 10 and 11. When that happens with the high center of gravity that you have on a double sled, so much easier to topple over. Good to see they're both okay.
Knowledgeable crowd here. They want everyone to be okay. Panchuk and Mutz will go last then. No great surprise that Vendel and Aert lead the way, but with a stunning track record. And if the idea here was to show their authority and pile the pressure on everyone else ahead of the Olympic Games, they're doing that. They haven't completed their second run yet, of course, but what a start. Here go our final sliders. Panchuk and Mutz of Ukraine. Boyan Kashmar of Ukraine, 16th right now. Martin Zovsky and Babora, 17th. These two were 18th last week. Can they improve on that? 17th fastest start. Let's not compare them to Vendel and Aert. Let's just wonder where they could end up. At the moment, they're in and around 13th, 14th, that kind of area, but losing speed, you'd expect them to lose some more.
Absolutely, very late into 11. They're going to come up on the exit. They do. The hand comes out of the sled, gets it back in. He was bracing for impact on the exit, but got away with it.
But well over a second behind. They will finish ahead of Handerich and Mostja. Of course they will, but well behind everyone else and well behind their two sets of teammates. So, first run done. Stories from it. Big improvement from Stroy and Kindle. Nagla Malaya, after a week off in Milan, looking very good too. This just the highlights of our final run, but Gatscher, Poorleman, de Gubitz also top 5, but the story, the big one, is our leaders, because Wendel and Alt are at it again here in Oberhof. Patrick and Mutz will go again, but they will struggle to move up that leaderboard at all after that mistake. I'd say they're guaranteed 19th as long as they stay on the sled, but probably no better than that. So we're going to have a fairly significant break here as they get the track ready for the second run. Deserves a bit of a break. Wendel and Alt lead the way. Stoyan-Kindl just over 300ths outside. It was a great run from them. Nagler-Malaya third, and well, disappointments here. Sevic, Mikkelsevic and Kras, and Müller-Haugsjahr, you have to say, both disappointingly outside the top 10. So, glorious day in Oberhof. There's our regular mascot who's found a friend. Lovely atmosphere, lovely blue sky. Second run to come in over half an hour's time. We will see you for that shortly. And a very warm welcome back to Oberhof in Germany, where the second run of the men's doubles looks like it's going to be really intriguing. Here are our top 3. Nagler-Malaya, the Italians, after a week at the Olympic track, back here with a bang. They lie third. Stoyan-Kindl, great first run. They're not far behind, by the way. Do not write them off. And what they are not far behind is the track record. Wendel and Alt lead the way. It sets it up beautifully for the second run. We're in for some real fun here, I can promise you. And doesn't it look a picture? Oberhof. Lugers like it to be really cold for the ice, but normal people quite enjoy this weather. As it approaches being less than freezing, you can see why not just winter sports in this area, but hiking and climbing and cycling are so popular. It's stunningly beautiful. It's really difficult terrain, but a great fitness area and beautiful blue sky all around. 1.2 degrees our temperature at the start, the air temperature, the ice minus 2.6, wind of 1.9 meters per second. But the sun out, some of the shades closed, the ice melting in areas not on the track but in and around, just gives you an idea of the warmth. And Wendel and Alt setting that track record in the opening run. We'll get our POV from our two-time Olympian Mark Hatton in a moment. But let's remind ourselves, the men's doubles track, remember, the same as the women's doubles. Wendel and Alt conquering this last week and so far this week, but there is trouble out there. As we have already seen, issues for some sliders. 20 started and 20 will not go in the second run. It's in and around that labyrinth where there have been problems up to the Kreisel finish. Mark can talk us through then that POV. By the way, Panchuk, Mutz, Handerich and Mostja 19th and 20th, but they will not go second time around.
Well, this is the shot going into curve 5, into 6. These low curves where you've really got to stretch out, use the aerodynamics. Make sure you don't make any of those tiny mistakes that add up down the track. That's the section 10-11. That has been so tricky, as has 11-12, the section we're seeing now. And then 13, you go so high, and it fires you down this straightaway. You want to get all the way across to the right-hand side as you go into Kreisel, and then you get flung towards that left wall. And that is going to make, later on today as well, the mixed doubles incredibly interesting.
Yeah, good luck hitting the button today, folks. It's going to be tough, isn't it? After coming around that Kreisel. So here is our start list. As I said, it's down to 18. Panchuk, Mutz and Handerich Mostja do not go. Both making mistakes. I suspect Handerich Mostja Remember all the issues they had in terms of the robbery at the hotel and so on. So we go from 20 down to 18. Chmielewski and Gankachik will get us started. And a nice atmosphere building all around. Australian fans here. Still got their man to cheer in the mixed singles. Now we get ready for the poles to start things off, and we know there are mistakes out there. Feels tougher this week than it was last week. So, Chmielewski and Gankachik, the first to go, followed by two Ukrainian pairs. It will all build to Vendel and Alt, but there are some very, very interesting subplots in and around those top places. Di Gregorio and Holland are going pretty well, giving themselves a chance of edging into top 6, top 7. Bots and Plumer not so good. Müller, Haugschar will look to move up with Sevic. Mikkel Sevic and Kras certainly will. So a lot to happen before Vendel and Alt go. Anyway, first things first, after a time of 42.378, Chmielewski and Gankachik get things underway. They were 11th last weekend. Chmielewski, the veteran who famously partnered in 2 Olympic Games with Kuba Kovalevsky, and now will go with Michał Gankachik.
Well, it's looking good through the top, and the labyrinth, that early entrance to 10, really working well for the Poles. Good shot to 12 as well. This is a good run from Chmielewski Gankachik.
The straightaway again looks fairly clean. He had a little look, didn't he, to make sure he got the line right going into Kreisel. 41.575 is mighty quick from Chmielewski and Gankachik. Huge improvement on their time. That would have had them 11th in the first run. Ice maybe just a little bit fresher here.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? And you also think, looking at those temperatures, that this ice could slow down with these warm temperatures. They had that gorgeous early entrance to 10 that gave them an easy ride into curve 11. That's so difficult on a double sled. But Chmielewski Gankachik making light work of the labyrinth in Oberhof on run number 2.
And remember the pressure this puts on those to go. Look at the advantage. 0.034, and we know that Chmielewski and Gankachik have gone over 8/100ths quicker, 8/10ths quicker than they did in that first run. So instantly it tells you the pressure that's on those behind to even match that. You feel that the Poles, unless the ice is appreciably quicker, are going to make up some places. And look at that straight away from Martin Zowski and Babora.
Not just a little bit. Over almost a third of a second back. And they're not in the labyrinth yet. Lots of work to do here for the Ukrainians. It's another good entrance to 10. That works out really well for them into 12 as well. But they're half a second back.
Yeah, that time is going to stand the test really well. Here they come down the straightaway. Far too much time surely to make up. I mean, it can be done, but it hasn't been done here. Well over half a second outside. I wonder how much will that improve them. One thing it's always worth looking at, as I said, 41.575 would have had Chmielewski and Gankachik 11th after the first run. So it means that up to 11th, everyone's got to get close to their time from that first run, not lose too much.
Yeah, this makes it really interesting. You do think they could stay up there for quite a few more sleds after that absolutely flying run to open the proceedings. Martin Zowski Babura not doing too much wrong either, but to catch up with that Chmielewski Gankachik run, it's hard work.
Well, to put it into context, Martin Zowski and Babora were inside their time from the first run. But the improvement from Chmielewski and Gankachik was quite something. Hoy and Kashmar have over 10th and a half. What 0.167 advantage will that go here? 42.211 in that first run, but well under 42. Chmielewski and Gankachik again. Watch these comparison times. Chmielewski and Gankachik have made the start of this final run really interesting, and again they're outside it, and they're well outside. Boy, was that a good start from Chmielewski and Gankachik.
It's incredible numbers to watch, isn't it? Quarter of a second at that checkpoint into curve 8. 7/8's looking good, as is 9. 9/10 just dabbing the foot, but the line into 11's good, and 11/12's good too.
But well over 3/10 behind, and they're going to struggle to pick that up down the straightaway and into Kreisel. Over 4/10. Hoy and Kashmar too are going to drop down. They go second. The third fastest of this second run, though that's poor really from Hoy and Kashmar. They'll be disappointed, but Chmielewski and Gankachik continue to move up. Next in their sights, Gitland and Serban.
Chmielewski, Gankachik. Hopefully someone brings them a couple of jackets. They could be sat in that leader box for quite a while still. As we see the Ukrainian team round 12. It's a really nice line. Just falling off. 13 a little bit, but dealing with it with calm, calculated effectiveness. Hoy and Kashmar.
Gitland Serban next. Romania's #1 pair. The latest under the microscope against that time of Chmielewski Gankachik. Looks good at the moment, but it may not last. Let's see. Just inside, so that is a good start. Second fastest, but straight into the red they go, not surprisingly.
Okay, have to chase this down, 400ths. There is absolutely no margin for error here for Gitland Serban. Just chopping out of 10 a little bit. High on the exit of 11. Almost over into 12, but got it back together.
It's a big skid though, wasn't it? Nearly half a second. Remember, with some borrowed kit, these two. So we have a little bit of sympathy after the robbery last night. They're well outside, they're fourth. That's disappointing for them, the slowest comfortably so far. But, you know, in many ways, a weekend to forget for Romania. That's tough for them, not their fault.
Absolutely. You know, their pre-race routine absolutely thrown into disarray by whoever robbed their hotel. This is that line from 9 to 10. You see it just fell out and then rose up on the exit. Had to dab a foot, but didn't indulge himself in keeping the feet on the ice. Quick dab of the foot, back up. More of the same here. That's where it went wrong for the Romanians. You see them get shot late into the belly of curve 12 and actually drove a very nice line considering that slightly terrifying entrance from Gitland Serban.
Wardrobe, Zajanski then, the Canadians, look at their advantage. Nearly 2.5 tenths of a second, but it may not be good enough because of this time of Chmielewski and Gankachik. A reminder, 41.575 on their second run. Just over 3/10 outside the track record, and Wardrobe, Zajanski are the latest to struggle.
And by quite a bit, that's 0.05 of a second, just slapping onto curve 8. Wardrobe, Zajanski get it back together for the labyrinth. Into 11, little low round 11, but good to 12.
And now they go into the straightaway over 2/10 down. They keep losing time. Really good second run. They go second, and no shame in that, but the second fastest run, second time around, slower than they were actually. First time, Wardrobe and Zajanski, but behind Chmielewski and Gankachik they go, who are at worst going to go up to 14th and may just go higher.
You do look at those numbers from Chmielewski, Gankachik, and you think, why can't you guys do that every week? It's lovely to see when athletes, a team of athletes, just get it together for those magic moments. Chmielewski Gankacic really, really impressive on that run. And Wardrobe Zajanski into second. And as you say, no shame in that, but up against fierce competition.
Next up, Bosman and Mick. I mentioned a really good week for them last week with that 12th place finish. Just a place then behind Chmielewski and Gankacic, but with a significant advantage here. Will that be enough? Suspect it might not be, but we'll see with, remember, Sevic, Mikelsevic and Krasts to come next. Bosman and Mick, though, with a lot in hand here. This really will be an acid test. They had more than that in hand, and the lead has already been halved by Chmielewski and Gankacic.
Oh, this is incredible to watch. More time gone. That's another 10th as they go into curve 8. 8 to 9's really smooth, as is 10. One of the best 10-11s we've seen all week from Bosman and Mick. Line to 12 a little high.
Yeah, they've maintained that deficit. This might be enough. I think it's going to be. They've already got inside 3 tenths to play with. And Bosman and Mick do it. Chmielewski and Gankacic knocked off the top, but that's a great second run. It is, though, Bosman and Mick who take over here.
It's really well deserved from Bosman and Mick. I think when you drive the labyrinth like that, you carry all that speed from the top, and then you just need to make sure basically after 11 you don't hit anything, and you're going to have a good time. This is the line into 13, but the real magic happened 9, 10, 11 for Bosman Mick. Really good sliding.
Next up, Sevic, Mikelsevic and Krasts, who were really disappointed. 12th in that first run. They're so much better than that. Remember, they're 7th in the World Cup overall this season. They want to try and maintain or improve. They're 10 points behind Stoy and Kindle at the moment, but that's going to change. Big names ahead of them. They don't mind that so much, but they mind being behind some of the names they're behind today. Let's see if they can advance.
Well, you do wonder if this track is slowing down ever so slightly, especially in the curves. You can see where the light's shining on it. It's shiny, it looks fast, but in the darker area of the track like that, it's starting to look like the frost is already coming through. Good line into 11, 11, 12. That lovely gentle cross from 11 to 12.
Feels like a better run here from Sevic, Mikelsevic and Krasts. 41.663. First time around, 41.512. They are the first to go quicker than Chmielewski and Gankacic on this second run.
Well, good stuff there from the Latvians. Big improvement on run number 1, for sure. Wasn't a good run number 1 for either Latvian team. Well beyond their standards. See that just a slightly off-kilter settle. And then just bumping onto curve 7 there as well. See that heavy entrance to 8. But this, out of 13 to 14, no need to correct, no need to gently push the sled. They just let the sled run and it went into the Kreisel absolutely where they wanted it.
So next up, USA's #1 sled, Marcus Mueller of Brookfield, Wisconsin. Ansel Hagsjar of Framingham, Massachusetts. Junior world champions, under 23 world champions. Slowly moving up that next level. 10th last week, starting here from 11th. They want to be higher than this. Mueller and Hagsjar are Lake Placid winners. That felt like a massive breakthrough. They haven't yet built on it. Could today be the day?
Well, they're still in the green, losing a little bit. As you say, Lake Placid. I absolutely loved that interview that they gave. They just look like two guys that love to slide. Saw just a little mistake out of 10, but they kept their calm. 7 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, they're well outside, though. It's not a good straightaway. Bump off that right wall. They've got time to make up around the Kreisel here. And they go second. Still, Sevic, Mikhalsevic and Krasts have the advantage.
As a saying in Lake Placid, they gave an interview and they just looked like they really enjoy sliding. These guys always smiling, not jaded by years on the World Cup Tour. Just really happy to be here, doing what they love. And you hear coaches say, an athlete with a smile on their face is a fast athlete. So that was a mistake in 10, just flopping off into 11, but dealt with it really nicely. Fixed the mistake almost straight away. Didn't cost them too much.
Rita Keinsvaldner, the Italians, to go next from 10th. Keinsvaldner, the sled builder, the carpenter, on the bottom here. And the target, Sevic, Mikhalsevic and Krasts. And they're inside. They've lost a little bit of time there. But let's see what kind of run they can produce now.
These top curves so critical. Not losing too much, just 9 thousandths. It's a good top section. A little late to 9, but it's okay. And 10-11, really good from the Italians. That gives them that good cross into 12, and 13's good too.
And having lost a bit of time, they've actually picked up a bit of time here, Rieder and Keinsvaldner, as they accelerate into Kreisel. And Rieder, Keinsvaldner take over and lead. They lost a little bit of time down at the bottom of the track, but not enough to concern them. So the Italians, as you would have expected, move in front. There are 9 still to go, including their countrymen Nagla and Malaya, who will start in 3rd.
Well, slightly disappointed our cameraman, our intrepid cameraman, missed Armin Zergler's reaction for that one, because I'm sure he would have lost his poker face, because for the most part, an absolutely glorious run by the Italians. Another great 13-14 transition. Look at that gentle cross along the length of the straightaway. No late drives, no late corrections, just letting the sled run, letting it build speed.
Coming next, Müller and Frauscher. Again, a little down the list for them. A reminder, they started this weekend 5th in that overall World Cup picture. They go here from 9th. Looking for the perfect start. Already lost time on the start to Rieder and Keinsvaldner. Already nearly 400s down here.
Lots of work to do down the track, and it's slipping away from them. 600s back as they enter the labyrinth. 10's good, so's 11. This is where they may catch up if they get the cross to 12, and they do.
Yeah, they're looking for that time, aren't they? Little skid there as they come now. Foot came down in the straightaway. Müller and Frauscher, red numbers here. They're going to lose out, I think, to Rieder and Keinsvaldner. Yeah, down in 4th, allowing others to advance here. Müller and Frauscher end behind. Rieder, Keinsvaldner, Sevic, Mikhalsevic and Krasts, and Müller-Hagshaw. That's only the 5th fastest on the second run so far. They were slower than Chmielewski and Gankachik.
Was that hit into curve 13, scary place to hit the transition. Probably the transition on this track that you really do not want to hit early, because 13 is such a huge curve that if you do make a mistake there, there's a long way to go up and there's a very long way to fall down.
8 pairs still to go. Chmielewski and Gankachik still 3rd fastest on this second run. Next up, Di Gregorio and Hollander. This feels like a chance for them. From 8th, just to get themselves into the top 6, somewhere like that. Boltz and Plumer not at their best, maybe. Eggert Müller playing with the sled a bit. There could be a chance here. for Di Gregorio and Hollander, but the first things first, they have to do their job. They have to get this right. There's the power at the start, making use of the advantage they already have, and maintaining it just about. 500ths they have on Rieder and Keinswaldner.
And run number one from these two was really good to watch. Little bump onto curve 8. Saw them go a little early to 8, but get it back together for the Labyrinth, and 11's good from the Americans. They're still in the green, bumping onto 12, 17 thousandths.
Yeah, they're losing time. Di Gregorio and Hollander, it looks a little bit ragged. It's 8 thousandths as we head for the finishing Kreisel. This is going to be as tight as anything, and they've done it. Just get above Rieder Keinswaldner by the skin of their teeth.
That entrance to Kreisel, when it's tight like that, is so important. Being on that right-hand side, down the straightaway. And you saw that gorgeous flat line they did through the Kreisel, not rising up on the exit, allowing them to claw back a couple of hundredths. That was a bump onto curve 8. Now that's an expensive mistake. That's almost a 10th there probably, so they did incredibly well. Di Gregorio and Hollander. Be interesting to see if they can stay in the leader box.
Next up, Bots and Plumer, 7th, 3rd in the overall standings, so short of their standards. Very high standards, but short of them nonetheless. Their target, Di Gregorio and Hollander. Here they go. Bots and Plumer into the red numbers up at the top of the track, but back into the green. They have the advantage of just over 200ths here for the Latvians.
Well, there's nothing in this. They're building, they doubled that lead, but they have to be absolutely perfect from 9 through to 11. It's looking good for the Latvians. Can we expect to see an improvement? We can. A 10th of a second into 13.
And there's not much between them and those above, so if they can pick up time here, which they are doing, this could be their chance to move up that leaderboard. How much time will they pick up? What's the advantage? Nearly 2/10. Quickest of the second runs, 41.457 for Bots and Plumer. That might just be their ticket to finishing higher than where they started in 7th.
It looks like normal service has resumed for this Latvian pair. We're so used to seeing them throwing down absolute flyers. Run number 1 was disappointing by their standards. This is that line round 10 to 11. Getting the straight shot, not bumping onto 11, allowing them to build on that lead from all the hard work they did up at the top of the track.
They actually went slower than their first run, but just feels like the track's a little slower. So, strange though it may sound, that was the better run, I think. Eggert Müller, with just under 400ths an advantage as we get to the business end. Only 5 sleds to go after these two. Eggert, the luge legend, chasing down Bots and Plumer, and they exactly match the start time of Bots and Plumer, but then bounce off that left-hand wall there, Eggert and Müller.
Only 15 thousandths. Again, it doesn't look pretty, but it's effective. But back into the red as they go through the labyrinth. Get across to 12, though, 9 thousandths of a second down to the wire.
Really tight. Straight away now, look at the aerodynamic position there, back into the green. They pick up speed. Eggert and Müller lead. They picked up so much speed down at the bottom. They take over with 5 to go.
Well, that was so close. And yet again, we saw the sled accelerate through those bottom curves from Eggert Müller, finding speed out of nowhere in the bottom of the track. Big, powerful start. Just a little bit of a drift to the right into the start curve, which won't have helped them. And then that's where a little bit of damage was done, bumping onto curve 6. They don't look like much, those mistakes in those top curves, but they add up down the track, which just shows what a good bottom section that was from Eggert and Müller.
Is he planning all along for Milan Cortina with that sled? We'll find out in a couple of weeks. Orla Mwenda Gubitz next. The world champions having a good run these last couple of weeks in Oberhof. They want another top 5 finish. They want, if they can, a podium here. Narrowly missed out last week on that European Championship bronze medal. And now, can they get higher than their current placing of 5th? They're ahead of Eggert and Müller as things stand, but this is going to need to be somewhere near flawless from them to move up, and it's very, very good at the moment.
Almost a 10th to the good. Nice and early to 9. 10-11 as well is looking good. This is looking like a winning run to move them into first place at this checkpoint, and it's good down the straightaway.
Improving all along here. Little bump off the right wall in the straightaway, but way good enough. 41.418 to take the lead. They lost a little bit of time down at the bottom, which might cost them their chances of moving up the leaderboard, but they're guaranteed 5th anyway, Orla Mwenda and Gubitz.
Yep, that little nudge down the straightaway, costing them a few thousands, maybe a couple of hundredths. But when it's this tight, every thousandth counts. It's a line 9 to 10. See, they got shot a little late into curve 10, threw them up high, had to drive it off hard into 11, but did a great job of making the best of that error, and then that early entrance to Kreisel that's so important.
Gat and Scherp go next in 4th. They're always ready so quickly, these two. They often catch out our director. They're ready to go quicker than anyone. They want to get on with it. Fired up and focused, Gat and Scherp. 8 thousandths, though, is their advantage over Orla Mwenda and Gubitz. Gat and Scherp are going to have to motor here. 4 thousandths now.
It is slipping away in tiny increments into the red as they go into the labyrinth. 10-11's good, though. Really good from the Austrians, as is 11-12, 7,000.
But remember that mistake from Orla Mwenda and Gubitz here. Gat and Scherp haven't done the same. In fact, the line is perfect to swing into that Kreisel. Gat and Scherp to lead by 17 thousandths. Orla Mwenda and Gubitz know that they threw it away in the straightaway.
And that straightaway was absolutely perfect. Couldn't have done it any better. And you saw on the clock, it only gave them another hundredth, but so critical in such a tight race. There we go from 10 to 11. And then this line into 13 as well, setting themselves up for this straightaway. He knew it was good, stretched out, maybe a centimetre from the right wall, and just makes his sled glide onto that Kreisel.
Must feel so good when you got the line that perfect. Nagla Malaya then from 3rd. Look at their advantage. 26 thousandths of a second over our leaders, Gat and Scherp. The Italians looking to do what Vötter and Oberhofer did and make a pre-Olympic statement. That's really ragged, though, up at the top from them.
10th of a second. But as you say, a really choppy start. So needing to build on that, it's identical to 1,000th of a second as they go into curve 8. Little skid into the labyrinth as well, but get it back together for 11. This split's going to tell us a lot, and they're dropping time.
Yeah, it looked a bit choppy again, didn't it? Far from fluid here, but the straightaway is good. See that line again, but they're over 200s down on Gat and Scherp. 3rd. So Orla Mwenda Gubitz happy with that. Gat and Scherp guaranteed podium. with their teammates and then the mighty Wendel and Alt to come.
Well, I think that start caught up with them at the bottom of the track. All that important speed at the top, that positive speed you bring down the ramp, and then scratching that out, and then just rising up from 11 to 12, and that's what did for their medal chances.
So Stoy and Kindle to go next, and they've got mistakes in them, remember. They've been anything but perfect this season, so Gat and Scherp won't wish any ill on their teammates, but will still be hopeful. All and Wender and Gubitz, having missed the podium last week, will be hopeful. But Stoy and Kindle, nearly 700s, they produced an outstanding first run that wasn't itself far off the track record. They need everything to go right here with Wendel and Alt still to come. Watch them settle into that racing position. Can't give up even microseconds here. Stoy and Kindle.
It's a decent lead and they're building on it. 0.02 of a second added to their lead. Nice and early through the labyrinth. It's a good labyrinth. They thread the needle beautifully. Then into 12, just bumped on a little bit. Hasn't cost them much.
So far, so good. What's their line like in the straightaway? Moving over now towards that right-hand side. They need that. They pressure Gat and Scherp here. They're inside them. They lost time. But they do take over, and now it is over to Wendel and to Alt. Stoy and Kindle, only third fastest on this second run, but enough so far to lead. It does mean, though, that Wendel and Alt, with even for them a standard run, will surely win again here in Oberhof.
Indeed, it does look that way. That straightaway. You see them here going into 12. But where it got really dicey and spicy was here down the straightaway. See him just doing a little bit of tap dancing and then bringing the feet up right on the edge. Stoy and Kindle. That is going to be tight racing and still puts just enough pressure on Wendel Alt.
The helmets tell you everything. So do the bibs. World Cup leaders. Toby and Toby go for yet another win. That lead already nearly 100 points. It will go beyond 100 points with victory here. Stoy and Kindle have set the mark. You would expect Wendel and Alt on this Oberhof track that they know so well to overhaul it.
Wendel Alt, they love that early entrance into start curve. Works really well for them. Just losing time though. They've lost 200s through the labyrinth. Labyrinth is good. This next split's going to tell us a lot. They found it back 0.06 of a second into 13.
Putting so much right here as they look for that racing line around the Kreisel. Have they done enough? Wendel and Alt, of course they have. Of course they have. The fastest second run, 41.301. They produced the two fastest runs of the day to win convincingly. It is Wendel and Alt yet again, and they are red-hot favourites yet again for Olympic gold.
Well, we talk about pressure. I don't think it affects these two. They just take it all in their stride. You know, we're really witnessing greatness. We've been so lucky to have them for so long. And they just keep getting better and better. Exit 13. Yes, it's good. Yes, I can lay back. Hey, I've even got enough time in my back pocket to take a little peek. Gorgeous sliding from the Germans, the legendary Bavarians, Wendel and Alt.
Triumphant once again. Wendler win. Another German win. Eglet and Kipp broke up that rhythm. Wendler grab it back. Austria second, Austria third. And poor old Orlan Wender-Gubitz finished fourth again. And further down, Müller and Haugschar did end up outside the top 10. So too did Müller and Frauscher. Chmielewski-Gankarczyk went 18 to 14, but they gave us plenty to enjoy early on in that second run. So good on them. We just wait now for presentations and doubtless a sing-song. Wendler 5.66 to 4.54 is the gap now, 112. Egget Müller in third, way behind, and Bots Plumer have been overtaken in third by a point. They'll be desperate to get that back. Stoy and Kindle the ones who move up. And given that Müller and Haugschar have a win, I know they missed a race early at Winterberg, but wins 100 points. That's a disappointing rest of the season for them. 2.81. Well, there is all sorts on the main microphone of what I believe they call banter going on with our German hosts. And we'll wait until that is over before we can head to our podium. Beautiful view in the background of Oberhof. I promise you, folks at home, there is going to be a sing-song at some point. With a German win here, there's bound to be. Our top three. Gad and Scherp moving up from fourth to third. Nagler and Leia, the ones who paid the price. They dropped from third to fifth in the end. So the Austrians on the podium and their teammates just ahead of them. Stoy and Kindle. But Wendel and Alt leading the way yet again. This remarkable duo show no sign of stopping. They knew, even before they'd looked at the clock, yet another victory. So time for the presentations here in Oberhof. The band has stopped for now. See them on the left in the red jackets. It may not be for long. So nice to see so many young people enjoying themselves. Getting some fresh air, getting out into the cold.
Luge World Cup Oberhof. Doppelsitzer der Männer Men's Doubles. The third place. Aus Österreich. Representing Austria, Juri Gatt und Ricardo Schöpf.
Gatt and Scherp in third then.
Der zweite Platz, the second place. Aus Österreich, representing Austria, Thomas Stoy und Wolfgang Kindl.
They'll hope to be on that Olympic podium.
Der erste Platz, the first
The
place.
hot favourites for more gold medals are these two.
Germany, Tobias Wendel und Tobias Alt.
6 Olympic golds each. Could there be more in the doubles and the relay in Milan Cortina? You would not bet against these two. Before we leave you, we'll hear from our podium athletes. We'll let them grab their photo first of all. And we've still got our mixed events to come. Mixed singles and mixed doubles. 3 mixed events over the course of the season. This the 3rd, but of course we mixed the doubles in Lake Placid because of the weather. And a first ever mixed European Championships, the race within a race. Well, our interviewer will be doing his best to catch up with 2 Tobys first of all, or at least one of them. You can just soak up the sights and sounds of Oberhof. Looking forward, as Mark said earlier, to the mixed races in terms of those changeovers.
Guys, congratulations. Another week here in Oberhof, another win for you guys, and you were even faster than last week. What did you adjust from last week to get even faster?
Yeah, I mean, it was a solid race. We also had 2 times problems on the start, like last week, but the track was a bit faster than in the last week. We enjoyed it, we enjoyed the crowd, we enjoyed the racing, and yeah, we're still having fun with the 60th victory.
Last stop before the Olympics. How are you going into the Olympics now, coming from 2 great weeks in Oberhof?
Totally motivated. Now we are focused on our bodies and our confidence, and we are going home to rest some days and then train on ice a little bit, and yeah, getting ready for the Olympics.
Yeah, win number 60, it's worth pointing that out. Remarkable. Zergler, 57, had set the mark. Wendel and Alt beyond that. Stoyan, Kindle and Gatt and Scherp should be in and around the place. Be able to hear from them shortly. He's desperate to bang that drum.
Guys, congratulations here on a podium in Oberhof. It was a little tough for you last week. What did you take from last week going into this week?
It was really tough. It was also in the training really tough, and we changed a lot. We changed from yesterday to today totally the material and the steels. Thanks to all the coaches, we worked great, I think, and yeah. What do you say?
Just the same.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great communicators. Gatt and Scherp come next. So interesting, the differing approach of some of these athletes to the interviews. Anyway, that's up to them. We'll hear from Yuri, hopefully, and Ricardo before we leave you.
Guys, congratulations here on a podium in Oberhof, so close to the Olympics. What did you adjust from last week's race to this week?
Nothing. It's the same track, so we try to have 2 solid runs here. We had 2 solid runs, so we are very happy with the 3rd place.
Last week was the last internal qualification. Now you're definitely going to the Olympics. How are you preparing for going to Italy?
I think we are really confident right now, and we won't change much. We feel good, and we try to take that to the Olympics, and yeah.
Yeah, great. They've got a chance, haven't they, of a medal? Certainly Gatt and Scherp, but everyone has to beat Wendel and Alt, who again, with win number 60, produce another remarkable weekend in Oberhof. It will not be as easy in Milan Cortina, a track they don't know as well, but you certainly wouldn't bet against Wendel and Alt there. So mixed singles to come and mixed doubles. The mixed singles start in just over half an hour. We'll be back with those. But well done, the 2 Tobys, victorious for the 60th time.
Liebe Grüße gehen raus an unsere ehrenamtlichen Helferinnen und Helfer. Macht mal her. Wo seid ihr?
Uwe Preisinger, unser Oberhof-Chef, hättest du geglaubt, dass man am nächsten Tag vom zweiten Weltcup nochmal so viele Menschen kommen? Genauso soll das sein. Und jetzt auf der Bundesliga. Liebe Mitglieder, Freunde des Wintersport, Leute, wirklich, wie schön es ist.
Gratulation zum Podium hier in Oberhof, zweite Woche hier. Letzte Woche ist es euch nicht so gut ergangen. Was habt ihr von der letzten Woche mitgenommen auf diese Woche? Was habt ihr adaptiert?
Ja, von letzter Woche haben wir eigentlich nur negative Gedanken mitgenommen, haben die aber umgewandelt in positive Energie und sind gestern nochmal 5 Stunden im Schlittenraum gestanden. Das hat sich ausgezahlt.
Letztes Rennen jetzt vor Olympia. Wie geht es jetzt in die nächste Zeit rein? Wie bereitet ihr euch vor auf die Olympischen Spiele?
Ja, also ich glaube, mit dem Podium vor Olympia haben wir jetzt einmal den Schwung mitnehmen können. Wir haben gesagt, dass wir es drauf haben. Und wie der Thomas schon gesagt hat, wir haben extrem gut, glaube ich, mit den Trainern gearbeitet. Danke an alle, die was uns da gestern nochmal unterstützt haben. Und ja, wir werden jetzt heimfahren, dann die Einkleidung in Wien und uns dann in St. Moritz auf Cortina vorbereiten. Und dann geht es schon nach Cortina. Also viele Tage daheim werden wir nicht mehr verbringen, aber ich glaube, wir bleiben im vollen Fokus und nehmen den Schwung mit. Danke.
Danke, das sind für Geschwindigkeit und heute unser Party hier in Oberhof.
Gratulation zum Podium hier in Oberhof, letztes Rennen vor Olympia. Ihr habt euch auf diesen Lauf vorbereitet. Wir waren ja letzte Woche schon mal hier. Habt ihr irgendwas verändert zur letzten Woche?
Ja, danke. Wir haben eigentlich gar nichts verändert. Letzte Woche war schon cool und wir haben einfach den Schwung mitgenommen, alles gleich lassen und das jetzt wieder gereicht hat fürs Podium ist lässig. Und vor allem jetzt das 4. Podium der Saison, also Konstanz war immer ein großes Thema für uns. Aber das haben wir heuer geknackt, also es macht echt Spaß und wir fühlen uns super gut.
Letzte Woche in Oberhof war eine interne Qualifikation für euch für Olympia. Ihr zieht jetzt einen in den Olympiakader. Wie geht es jetzt in die nächsten Tage rein? Wie bereitet ihr euch auf Olympia vor?
Ja, also als erstes, wir waren überglücklich, wo wir die Nachricht gekriegt haben, dass wir qualifiziert sein. Und jetzt geht es einmal nach Hause, 2 Tage ein bisschen entspannen und dann geht es schon nach Wien für die Olympia-Einkleidung und Organisation. Und danach geht es weiter nach St. Moritz, wo wir noch ein bisschen trainieren wollen vor Olympia.
Welcome back to Oberhof. What a day, what a busy day, busy weekend we've had. Our last weekend, this our last day ahead of the Olympic Games and all the excitement of Milan Cortina. And we now have 2 events that are not in those Olympic Games. A nice postscript to the weekend. First, our mixed singles, and then it will be our mixed doubles. Now, these are settled over just 1 run, but it's 2 runs within 1, if that makes sense. 19 go. And of course, you have the changeover, which is slightly terrifying and often entertaining. But we'll see who best copes with it, and that will go some way to deciding who ends up victorious here, because remember, this isn't the team relay. You don't have as much time to play with as you do in that. We have British interest as well, going second here in the shape of Dylan Morse and Kaya Hatton. But we will start with Walter Wikström and Emma Sear. We are allowed to have mixed teams in the mixed event, so Finland and Estonia will get us underway, but all of that will come after we take a look at the tracks here. Of course, they can go from their own starts. 14 corners to lead the way for Walter Wikström. And this is very familiar to those of you who watched here at Oberhof the last couple of weeks. The combination, the labyrinth, and through all of that to that Zielkurve, the finishing Kreis. Nice to have a look at that, isn't it? There's the finish line. And here's the POV, and our two-time Olympian Mark Hatton will talk us through that.
So this is the view from the men's start into curve 2. And then 3 just comes up on the left, and if you look to your right, that is where the women are going to come in just after the male slider hits the touchpad as we go into curve 6. Again, these are long curves, some of these, so you've got to be smooth and calm through these top curves. This is the gateway to the labyrinth, hitting it at speed. 10 to 11, that is one of the flash points on this track. And then you get that lovely gentle cross to 12, and then high in 13, dive out onto the straightaway and push it across to the right. Or if you're lucky, this sled just drifts over to the right and then out across the finish line, trying not to hit that left wall before you sit up and hit the touchpad.
Yeah, and not as easy as it sounds that to sit up and hit the touchpad. There's the temperature at the start, 0.2 degrees now, Mark.
That's rather lovely to see. We're almost in winter. It's close enough to 0 for me. Ice temperature nice and cold. This is going to be harder ice than the athletes have had all week. See, it looks hard, that ice. The track crew there giving it a final spritz.
Track record held by Locke and Frabel. What a weekend they both had. Looking to build on that. In terms of the overall standings, well, here's the start list. We start with Finland and Estonia. Valter Wikström, Emma Sear will get us underway. Then it will be Great Britain, Japan and Ireland in what could be Elsa Desmond's last race. The 2 Ukraine sleds either side of Romania. USA 2 then go, and we get towards, well, I say this respectfully, our big contenders, Germany 1 and 2, Austria 1 and 2, Latvia 1, Italy 1. You'd feel it'll be played out with them. In Winterberg, Austria 2-1, Germany 1 was second, Austria 1 was third. Lake Placid, Germany 2-1, Germany 1 second, Austria 2 third. Germany 1 then level with Austria 2 in the mixed singles standings. Overall, both on 170. As we watch the final sled preparations. But tell us, Mark, about Elsa Desmond and where we are with that.
Yes, it's looking like it'll be Elsa's final race. And she's been a wonderful servant to Irish Luge. The small nation slider. Also brought on some juniors. Lily Cook and a couple of others over time. Set up the association herself. And it's going to be a great fun event for her if this is indeed her final race.
Self-funded, and that, I don't know the reasons behind this news. Just been explained to me why it might be her final race, but Elsa Desmond has funded herself all the way. So here's a nice mix, Finland and Estonia. Elsa will go, and Kobayashi, the Japanese athlete, go third. But Valter Wikström to get things underway here. And just a reminder of how it works. The male athlete goes down the men's course, then hits the touchpad at the end, which is easier said than done, to release the second athlete. Mixed singles first, mixed doubles to follow. Wikström then, first of 18 pairs, these two. And away he goes. Feels like a while since we've seen the top of the men's singles track, but Valter Wikström negotiating it all pretty well so far.
I've been so impressed with Valter Wikström. The Finnish cat. Little skid into curve 8. Needs to stabilize that sled before the labyrinth. And he does. It's a good 10-11 from Wikström. Really good there. Gets that cross into 12.
Now it's about building towards that straightaway. The right foot came down. He was looking for that line down the right-hand side. Eventually finds it. Over the line. Now wait for the touchpad, which comes there. Oof, blimey. He waited, didn't he? We saw him hit it.
He did. Looks like a malfunction.
Well, what a mess that is. Does that mean he's going to have to go again? Or does that mean she can still go and we can add up the times? Hopefully the latter, if you see what I mean.
Absolutely, because that was a great run from Valter Wikström.
Yeah, that's okay. If you think about it logically, if Emma's here, albeit it's hard for her, but if they just let her go when she wants to go as per a normal singles run, that should be okay, but it's not fair on her.
No, she should. This is where she should pick her sled up.
Yeah,
Get
yeah,
it off
good
the
point.
ice.
Yeah, to take away that option, yeah. Well, they're going to need to test it all, aren't they, as well? I feel for her, I really do. And, you know, you've got to trust the tech. Situations like that, and I'm afraid that's a... I mean, we all make mistakes, but there's an element of farce about that, isn't there?
There's so many moving parts in this relay and in the mixed event. But yeah, absolutely, that's a real shame. First sled down.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what's
another
been...
forerunner.
We'll have to wait and see what's been decided, but it's pretty basic tech, that. Anyway, Dylan Morse waits from Calgary, siding for Great Britain here.
The combination Finland, Estonia will have and restart.
They just said restart.
The next team will be Great Britain with Dylan Morse and Kea.
But they need to check this first before Dylan Morse goes anywhere.
Andere 6.
If you're new to all of this, by the way, what's meant to happen is you hit the pad and it releases the gate and away you go. Before being definitive, we have an official WhatsApp group that tells us what decision's been made. I think I just heard them say Wikström will have to go again, I think, but we'll wait for any official confirmation before we say that. I'm not sure that's fair, but Dylan Morse is waiting. Yeah, they're going to...
I think this is where they should give Dylan Morse a bit of time, let him take his sled off the ice while they sort this out.
Well, it looks like Wikström's being bussed back up to the start. He's taking it in very good humour. But just to emphasise, they need to check it's working before he goes again. So as you say, do you not send the forerunner down? Or do they know what was wrong? Did someone not flick a button? Either way, it is not a good look. Lots of baffled faces. Anyway, as long as it only happens once, I suppose it's forgivable, but at the risk of sounding like a grumpy old man, what if that was the final run? What if you just put down an amazing time, you're chasing, and then it doesn't release? It's not so funny then, is it?
No, and to be fair for Walter Wikström, one of his best runs he's had down this track with some real high points for an athlete that hasn't been sliding long and has just gone from strength to strength.
Oh yeah, just to be clear, I'm not saying it's funny for him or demeaning that in any way. What I mean is, it's all being taken in good heart and, oh, these things happen, but you wouldn't be saying that as an onlooker if it was for gold.
Absolutely not.
That happens in the final run of the Olympics, for example. Better make sure the tech works, folks. There should be a backup with it. So, all there with their clipboards. And we wait to get things back underway. Again, I'm not hearing anything, but I'm guessing that Wikström's going to go back to the start and go again. Would that be your guess as well?
I think so. I mean, I like your idea of getting his time from when he hit the touchpad, if they have it, and adding them together. But if that's not possible, then I guess a rerun's the only possibility. Some of the doubles athletes getting ready. Also, Eddie Creation, Ember Susko.
Well, I just posed the question on our WhatsApp group to see if someone will tell us what's going on. I'm sure it's all going crazy behind the scenes, but we still wait to find something out. And I felt a bit sorry for Dylan Morse as well, who, as you say, was there waiting and needed to be told almost not to even go to the start. Anyway. We wait. I can see that someone's responding. New start time is now in 10 minutes time. Technical issues apparently, so I guess what that means is we'll leave you and come back in 10 minutes. Because otherwise it's just me and Mark chatting over pictures of blue sky for 10 minutes. So we'll leave you for now and we'll be back in 10 minutes time as we restart. There you go, race interrupted. We'll be back very shortly. See you in a moment. So welcome back to Oberhof. We go again here. Walter Wikström and Emma Seer, Finland, Estonia, all the way to Locke and Freiburg, who hold the course record. Germany won go last. Battle joined with Müller against Müller and Schulter, excuse me, Langenhan and Taubitz. Nico Gleicher, Hannah Prock, Appejods, Botter. Some strong teams there, but it all starts here. Walter Wikström, a really good run. First time, doesn't count for anything now, and all I hope is that the tech's working. Because if it isn't, and I were him, I'd pick my sled up and I'd be off after the second go. So not easy for him. All he needs to do, muscle memory, is to try and produce the same again. He seems to be doing it with a smile on his face. Good on him. And I just hope that Wikström can produce a really good run again here. It'd be unfair if he couldn't.
Well, the track's definitely going to have a little bit more grip now. That was not as good through 6, almost up to the roof in 6, but it's a better entrance to 8 for Wikström. Labyrinth is good, so's 10-11. Now this is critical, out of 11 to 12. Big skid into 12, but gets it back.
Yeah, gets it back, but it's going to be slower, isn't it, from him? If we look at the entrance into Kreisel. Wikström now up towards the touchpad. This time she goes. Big cheer all around the course. Emma Seer, the Estonian, can get underway.
So important to be smooth through these top curves. A little late into 6. She's okay. 7 to 8 looks good for Emma Seer as well. The combined Finland-Estonia team, nice and early to 9. And it's a good 10-11 transition.
49.038 was the time of Walter Wikström. Emma Seer was under those sunshades. Now feet come down in the straightaway. She bumped heavily off that right-hand wall, and that's going to cost them a bit more time. She gets to the end. She too can hit the button. 140.282. Disappointing, and I don't think they've been well served there, either of them. I think that's really unfair, but there you go. That's just me.
Definitely not as good a run for Walter Wikström. This is Emma Seer out of curve 13. Good little correction with the feet, to be fair. Very tempting to drive away from the wall when you hit, but if that happens, you end up ping-ponging down the straight.
So here's Dylan Morse, there's Kaya Hatton. Waiting to go, of course, at the women's start. Dylan Morse to get underway. As I mentioned, from the Calgary luge scene, sliding for Great Britain this season. And he's in those green numbers already in comparison to Walter Wikström. He's been short of opportunities this season so far. So let's see what kind of time Dylan can put down.
This is looking good. 11 to 12, tiny skid. But it's good out of 13 as well. Just touches to the right wall. Through the Kreisel goes Dylan Morse.
Yeah, really good from Dylan Morse. And as he hands over to your daughter, I shall let you commentate on her, Mark.
Kaya Hatton with good reaction times out of the gate. That's a good run from Dylan Morse to set up the Great Britain tilt. Round curve 5. This is where the details really count. Soft movements with the shoulders. 7 to 8's good as well. Little middle to 8. She'll get that back. And then 9 to 10. It's a good 10-11 from Kaya Hatton. Still in the green at that checkpoint. And through to 12. This is a good run from Kaya Hatton. 13. That low line just flirts with the right-hand wall. But into Kreisel she goes. It's a good line round Kreisel. Just taps that wall. Sideways up the straightaway. Oh, well, still in the green, but the left wall claims the first victim.
Yeah, they have a big advantage, but it should have been a lot better, shouldn't it? It's such a shame, but she's okay. I know that can't be easy to watch, but Kaya Hatton gets to her feet. 2.5 seconds. The advantage coming next. Seiya Kobayashi and Elsa Desmond in what we think might be her last race. First of all, though, Kobayashi of Japan. Wonder how much closer those times would have been if Wikström's first run had stood. I still think Great Britain would be in front, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't feel right. Anyway, Japan and Ireland. They're allowed, remember, to be joint teams in the singles and doubles, these mixed events, to encourage more to participate. So Japan leading out here for Ireland and outside the time of Dylan Morse.
Good lines from Kobayashi through here. A little bump onto 11 earlier on, but it's looking good from Kobayashi. Just 1.5 tenths back.
Now, can he make sure he doesn't make that mistake? He's done well, Kobayashi, to release Elsa Desmond here. Such a pioneer for Luge. He set up the Irish Luge Federation. Remarkable human being, the flying doctor, and if this is the last time the sport owes her a huge debt of gratitude, it really does.
Good lines from Desmond through 8 into the labyrinth, setting herself up well from 10 to 11. And exits 11 well, little late into 12, but deals with it with that experience.
And there's the straightaway from Elsa Desmond, still outside the Great Britain time, but they're going to go into second surely here, as long as she can keep straight. In fact, they go in front. Japan and Ireland making up the time, and they do take the lead.
That hammer up the straightaway really costing Great Britain, and Japan and Ireland taking full advantage with 2 really solid runs from the combined team.
Anton Dukac will hand over here to Elena Smaha for Ukraine 2. Manzi and Tunitska, Ukraine 1, go in a couple of runs' time. Dukac leads off then. The target initially, Japan and Ireland battle will really be joined as we head into the American sleds, and then Italy, Latvia, Austria, Germany. They're going to be the powerhouses here. Ukraine 2 in the green at the moment, though.
This is a good run from Anton Dukac, nice and early, parallel to 8, just pushes it across to 9, but 10-11's really good from Dukac.
Here he comes, Dukac. Still looks to be inside that time, well inside, in fact. Just going to be about the Kreisel and then the changeover, trying to stay straight. He's done it remarkably well, and the advantage is over 6/10. Now he hands to Elena Smaha.
Smaha just struggling to get in the sled. Looked like her hand slipped on the settle, but got it back together now, still in the green. And another good entrance to curve 8, setting the sled up well for the labyrinth. It's bouncing onto 9, but it's good through 11. This straight shot to 12 happens, that gorgeous gradual cross into curve 12. Exit 13's good.
And Ukraine 2, I think, will put the pressure on Ukraine 1, on Manzi and Tunitska to come. As long as she gets this right, she's getting ready to leap. You can see, oh, she's missed it. She's missed it. They can't believe it. So Japan and Ireland still lead the way. What a mistake from Smaha. Dukac can't believe it, dear me.
Oh, that's so upsetting to see. The athletes waiting until the very last moment to hit the pad, and sometimes just overcooking it.
Cretu and Buzătoiu to go for Romania. I could really do without the guy on the TA at the venue having a bit of fun with Smaha then. These are athletes, mate. Show a bit of respect. It's just a mistake that she made. It's a very, very dangerous sport. Anyway, Romania go next with Cretu. Cretu already, this very accomplished senior slider, I think it's fair to call him, inside the time of Kobayashi.
Yes, certainly an elder statesman at the Luge Tour. Still good though after all these years, working hard in the summer, staying young, staying explosive on the start as well, and it's a really good run from Valentin Cretu, but hits the outside wall.
Actually did very well to right himself there. That looked like trouble, didn't it? So they have the advantage over Kobayashi and Desmond, and now it's Buzătoiu. Remember, Ukraine 1 to go next, and they thought they were going to have a target, and they don't in terms of Ukraine 2. Romania at the moment, after their traumatic weekend, at the moment are going to slide into an early lead here, which at least is something, providing that Buzătoiu can complete the job here.
But it's looking good from Buzătoiu there. Just a little nudge into 13. Drops out, manages to stick the landing. That was mighty close into 13.
Now she comes down this finishing straight. Remember, we always say it is a lot harder than it looks. She doesn't take a risk. She went up early. And there's the uppercut from Cretu to emphasize that. So they will take over.
Well, 2 very competitive runs from the Romanians.
Manzi then, and Tunitska. 2 athletes at either end of their luge careers. I always think Andrei has this mini rivalry with the other veteran, well, veterans Ninis and Cretu. It's Cretu and Buzătoiu who set the time. Ukraine 2 did not register. Ukraine 1 will certainly hope to. And in the red numbers already, up at the top of the track here, Andrei Manzi. But now back in green. It might be tight, you know, between Cretu and Manzi. It so often is.
Absolutely, really smooth sliding, as we expect every week from Andrei Manzi. Just hanging up in 10, but manages to get the steer on in 11 and steady the ship into curve 13.
Still in those green numbers, still with over 100 the advantage. Manzi bouncing off that left wall, needs to keep it straight. He did really well to adjust and just gets the touch. Wow. Right on the edge. And here goes Tunitska.
Good reaction times from Juliana Tunitska. Really technical slider. Really lovely form on the sled as well. Knows how to maximize that aerodynamic position. You go around 8. Into 10, just hanging up in 10, getting knocked late into 11, but it's okay from 11 to 12.
Yeah, looking good from Tunitska. Round 13 into the Kreisel now. She needs to just keep it nice and straight. Lovely and clean from Tunitska. They're going to grab the lead all right. Ukraine won ahead of Romania.
Crash in the finish for Tunitska. That is the worry when you're doing the team relays. When you sit up, the sled is at its most unstable. So it's laying back down at speed again gives you a tricky situation.
Well, we saw Sokovic really impress in the singles to find a way into that second run, if you remember. If he can produce that here on pressure ice, Poland, with the help of Domoradska, can get themselves into the lead.
Sokovic was absolutely wonderful yesterday in the men's singles. High line in 5, very high in 6, almost up to the roof. Sokovic a little bit loose out there, letting the sled fly, but still in the lead by 0.05 of a second into curve 11.
He really is allowing it to go, isn't he, here, Sokovic? Comes around 12 into the straightaway. He's going to go around the Kreisel, and now watch. This is very quick from him. Maintains that straight line. Now time for the touch. That's outstanding. Over a 10th ahead of Ukraine won. Domoradska's start didn't look that convincing. Let's see if it's held up. No, into the red numbers she goes. She looked a little slow there to get herself into stride.
Yeah, the reactions looked a little off. She goes the middle into 8, and then just gets it reset up for the labyrinth. And that's good. Into 11 from Klaudia Domoradska. And a good cross into 12 as well. Starting to put some really nice lines together in the bottom section of the track. Domoradska has to find almost a 10th.
Yeah, losing time, isn't she? 136.004 the target. That was a little higgledy-piggledy again, and it's not going to be enough. Second for them. Yeah, tiny margins, but Manzi and Tunitska still lead. Coming next will be USA 2, but USA's number 2 sled is Gustafsson and Britscher. Number 1 is Greiner and Farquharson. Discuss. These two haven't necessarily performed here, but they're very capable. And Britscher's having a great season, and she will be up there as one of the favorites for the Olympic Games. Just a sense that this kind of track doesn't really suit her. Take nothing away from her form, though, earlier in the season. And Gustafsson, very, very solid as well. So USA chasing Ukraine 1. USA 2 this is, with USA 1 still to come. And Gustafsson has started well, looking to chase down that first split, which is still the one of Andre Manzi.
Well, this is a good top section from Johnny Gustafsson into curve 8, a little heavy into 8, pushes it across to 9, and then high through 11, but it works out well for him. Still in the green at that checkpoint as he approaches curve 13, and it's a great straightaway from Johnny Gustafsson.
Yeah, it looked outstanding, didn't it? As he heads around the Kreisel. What sort of time is this going to be from Gustafsson? It's very, very good. Over 2/10 better than Manzi, and now Summer Britscher straight into rhythm from that lady start. She took a while to get herself settled there, Summer Britscher. But now she'll start to motor here.
Yeah, it looked like she was struggling to get her hands inside the sled. Took her until the exit of curve 5. Just pushes it across to 9, works out well. And then 11, smooth. little late to 12, pushes it in, but this is good stuff.
Yeah, and that long settle didn't cost her any time. Here's the straightaway. She just made that adjustment, you can see, with her feet to try and find that racing line. Off the left wall she goes, feet go down. You have to stay switched on right to the end. She has done, and they lead by over a second, but you know what? That could have been more.
It could have been. That's a commanding lead for the USA. But definitely some time left on the track. Two such quality sliders. They really are. Really looking forward to see what both of those can do in a couple of weeks' time in Milan.
Yeah, Britcher might be a bit of a sleeper for the Olympics because people will look at her results here and almost forget about her. I wouldn't do on that Milan Cortina track. Josef Ninnis now, another of the veterans. Caitlin Nash, quite the opposite, partnering up with him. Still got some intriguing partnerships to come. Palazzo and Marg to come after these two. Nice to see these countries getting together. Slovakia and Canada, another of our mixed teams. Can he get anywhere near Gustafsson's time? That's the first question before handing over to Caitlin Nash.
Well, Josef Ninnis has had some good results here in the past. They train a lot here. Pushes it into curve 9, but 10-11 looks okay. Very high on the exit of 11, but great correction down the straightaway from Ninnis.
Here he goes on that straightaway, looking to pick that right-hand edge up, and he does that, but still slower than Gustafsson here. Work to do for Caitlin Nash. Only just reached up and touched that, Ninnis. And now Nash with over 2/10 to make up. Rather like Britcher, she took a while to get those hands in and get settled.
Well, this is going to be a tall order for Caitlin Nash. It's a lot of time to find on a short track. Looking good through the top section, though. Curve 8's clean. It's a good entrance to curve 9. Sets herself well up for the labyrinth. One of the best labyrinths we've seen. Just gets knocked away from 12, but it's still good to 13, but in the red.
Can Slovakia and Canada overhaul USA 2? I don't think they're going to. She need a miraculous Kreisel and beyond here. It's good, though, from Caitlin Nash. She may have picked up a little bit of time. In fact, she's lost a bit more. Just under 7/10 outside. They go into second. It's going to be Palazzo and Marg next. Then Italy 2. Then you would say we get into the real big guns. So, Alex Palazzo, the Australian, Natalie Marg of Switzerland. Marg loves this place. Third last week. Top 5 again this. Great runs here in Oberhof. Palazzo needs to set it up for her, though.
Well, it's so great to see a combined team with such combined strength. We're definitely seeing peak Natalie Marg at the moment. Alex Palazzo's been a little way off his best this season, but is still throwing down some really good times. And this is a good run from Palazzo, just falling out, skidding into 12, but gets her shoulders back, restabilizes the sled.
Yeah, let's see if that skid has cost him. It's cost him a little bit of time, but it's still a good run here from Palazzo in comparison with Johnny Gustafsson. Remember, here's the changeover, and now Natalie Marg, who was 6th in the women's singles, 3rd last week, enjoying herself here, and she is more than capable of making up this time. Still in the red numbers at the moment, but chasing down USA 2.
This could be incredibly close if she can bring this all the way through, chipping away at that deficit. Just getting bumped away from 12, though. Not going to help her cause. 13 looks good from Marg.
But she's still nearly half a second behind. It's not her best run here, Natalie Marg. You wonder if she is a little bit more fired up and focused for the singles as the feet come down. She loses yet more time. They'll go second, but just inside half a second. It looks a really good run this from those two. And bearing in mind, Britcher made that mistake over the finish line. They could have been further clear, USA 2.
Absolutely, there was definitely time left out there from the Americans, but a solid run from Filazzo and Mark.
9 to go, starting with Felderer and Zergler, and you just start to wonder where might Gustafsson and Britcher end here. We know they're definitely 10th. How much better than that will they be? Because that looks a useful time. Felderer and Zergler, the first to try and overhaul it. Then Greiner, Farquharson, then Berzin, Zappa, Yoda, Fischnaller, Hofer, Gleischer, Proc. You know that nothing's perfect about any of those pairs. And Gustafsson and Britcher got an awful lot right. Italy already behind their time in the early stages here with Leon Felderer. Now they go green though.
Leon Felderer looking like he's in his Salt Lake City form. Just going airborne into 8 and into 9. Hitting these curves really early, Felderer, and it's affected the time straight into the red.
Yeah, you can see the time that it has cost Felderer. Over 500ths outside Gustafsson's time. Now he has to get it all right here, bumps off that left wall, then it's pretty quick after that, but nearly 2/10 for Zergler to make up on Britcher, and that feels unlikely given the comparison between those athletes. USA 2 might still be leading after Italy 2 have gone here.
It's looking that way. Some big mistakes in important sections of the track, uncharacteristically for Leon Felderer. Curve 7, curve 8, curve 9, all looking less than optimal for the Italian. This is a good run though, little skid into 12, but gets it back.
Yeah, Zergler though struggling a bit here, trying to make up that time. Into straightaway she goes, around Kreisel she goes. Surely, though, it's too much for her to do. Looks very, very quick here. She gets that right arm ready. And up it goes, and they're in 4th, in fact. Slower than Slovakia and Canada. Britcher and Gustafsson with a chest bump now. Still, they have the advantage. And now, a big moment, because Greiner and Farquharson go next.
USA 1, USA 1 with Matthew Greiner and
Well, you'd still say Gustafsson and Britcher had the edge over these two. Gustafsson notably over Greiner, but Matt Greiner was a little bit better this week, a bit more organised in his singles run. So, can he get anywhere near his teammate here? At the moment, it's slower than Gustafsson, but how much slower, we will find out.
Matt Greiner putting together some useful combinations here. He navigates into 8, almost an identical mistake to Felderer. So early and really high on the exit of 10.
Costing Greiner time. Can he set himself up at least for the straightaway? That's where this big man should gather speed. That's better around the Kreisel from Matt Greiner, but another bump, another couple of bumps here. Close to skidding there, and he's given Farquharson way too much to do. Surely, anyway. Over 4/10, nearly half a second here for Ashley Farquharson to try and make up.
Highly unlikely that they'll overhaul their teammates. Now it's just down to Farquharson to see how close she can get. Chipping away at the deficit, but she's not. She's dropped another 10th as we go around 11 to 12. It's good through 12. Maybe a run through the last 2 curves from Farquharson.
Over half a second down, she's lost more time. And a bump from her, and the feet go down, and they're going to go into 3rd, aren't they? Yeah. Nearly 7/10. Britcher and Gustafsson still smiling. now, only 8 to go. Let's be honest, the descriptions there are not accurate of USA 1 and USA 2. It's just the way it's fallen. Really, it's USA 1 that's leading. Gintsbursins and Kendia Apayoda now. Given their form, you would expect them to come close to this Gustafsson and Britscher time. If they don't, then they might start to get interested, the Americans. Gintsbursins is matching Gustafsson's time exactly at the moment, and now he's quicker than it. Up at the top of the track, trying to set it up for Kendia Apayoda. Bursins with a really good run in the singles yesterday, and now trying to back it up here in the mixed.
He's such an entertaining slider, very late to curve 8, little skid into 9 as well, bumps onto 10. A lot of action through the labyrinth from Gintsbursins, but gets it back together for 12. Manages to calm things down out of 13.
And there's a really powerful, quick straightaway. Looks like it's going to be Latvia 2 to be the ones to take over from USA 2, but he bumped off that wall. Still sets it up for Apayoda, although Britscher was very quick, despite the error at the bottom, but she has 700ths advantage, Apayoda. Great run from Gintsbursins.
It really was. He's so entertaining on and off the sled. I love that competitive fire that he brings to the leader's box. This is getting to be a good run from Apayoda, just nudging it into curve 9. But 10-11's good from Kendia Apayoda, and the cross to 12 as well is working out for her. Still in the green into 13.
Looks good enough. She's lost a tiny bit of time, but 3,000ths is all she's lost. And if she stays mistake-free here, Latvia 2 should take over, and they do. And she actually made up some time in the end, Apayoda. Big smile on her face. Gintsbursins is never happy. He's so competitive. He shakes the head, but Latvia 2 lead for now.
Yeah, Kendia Apayoda really ready for a good result. She's been just on the cusp all year. Here's a great shot of Bursins. They're setting up a little early for the touchpad, maybe. But Kendia Apayoda just managing to keep that lead ahead of Summer Britscher by 14,000ths of a second.
6 sleds to go. Remember, Ukraine 2 disqualified. Time now for Italy 1, for Dominik Fischnaller and Verena Hofer. This not an event at the Olympic Games, but these two very much part of the Olympic Games, of course. What a proud, proud Games it will be for all of the Italian athletes. Latvia 2 lead. Bursins doesn't think it's quick enough. We'll see if he's proved right. A little delay here for Fischnaller. And away Fischnaller goes, teeth gritted, as he looks to chase down that time of Gintsbursins and set it up for Verena Hofer. Bursins quicker though at the top. Bursins' run felt very quick at the time. Fischnaller's cool, relaxed style normally suits this place. Let's see how close he gets to Bursins.
Well, really flirting with disaster. Dominik Fischnaller almost hit the roof in curve 6. He's managed to get it back together though, but far back in the red out of 13 and into the green, 4,000ths of a second.
Yeah, Fischnaller has recouped that deficit. Is he going to just touch in front? I think he is, yeah. Nearly 2/10 he gives to Verena Hofer. And when you consider that Apayoda left a bit of time out there, Hofer really should overhaul the time now if she stays cool and calm here.
Good stuff here from the Italians, still in the green through there. These are clean lines from Verena Hofer. It's a good entrance to 9-10, just how it should be done. And then 11 to 12 just gets a little late in there. but manages to hit the drive absolutely on time.
So Hofer down the straightaway, around the Kreisel, through the sunshade, in the green, all the way. Italy won in the lead.
Well, that was great sliding. Looked like Dominic Fischnaller had left a lot of time in the top of the track. But you never know with this guy. And then out of 11, the time flicked into the green. There's that high line. Fischnaller waiting until the very last minute to hit the touchpad. And a really good run from Verena Hofer.
Their only problem is to come. As well as Latvia won, Krista Zapiods and Alina Bota, Austria 2-1, Germany 2-1, all still to come. Sixth at worst for Italy won. Real quality to come. Nico Gleicher, first of all, will be backed up by Hannah Prock, who disappointed in the singles. You'd say that Austria 2 would be the most vulnerable of the big guns. I don't think that's an unfair thing to say, given their form, but let's see. It's hard to look beyond, let's be honest, Locke and Frabel, Müller and Schulte, Langenhand Taubitz, who go as the last three. These might just be skirmishes to see who finishes fourth. But you never know in these mixed events. Much can go wrong. Austria 2 need a lot to go right. Nico Gleicher, first of all, chasing down the time of Fischnaller here to try and allow Hannah Prock a bit of wriggle room. And at the moment, he's going well here, Nico Gleicher.
Another very high line into 6, but deals with it really well, keeps his calm. Nico Gleicher still in the green by almost a tenth of a second. 10-11 is clean, and it looks fast into 12.
Nice and relaxed, isn't he, Gleicher? Looks like he's really flying here. Look at this line on the straightaway. Around the Kreisel, great racing line there. It was just about perfect if he can stay straight here. He's going to give Prock the advantage by nearly 2/10. What a run from Gleicher. 46.576, and now here's Hannah Prock, two-time winner this season. But the Queen of Winterberg needs to back it up here in Oberhof. Can she finish off Gleicher's excellent work here? Into the red they go.
Back into the green, but by only 2.5 hundredths. This is going to come down to such fine margins, just bumps onto 12. Now 13 exit is going to be critical for Hannah Prock, and it's a good one. It's a very good one. Still in the lead in Kreisel.
Picked up so much speed, so much time. Here goes Prock, sets herself, touches over a 10th clear. She lost time, but they still did enough. Set up by Gleicher, finished by Prock. 4 still to go in these mixed singles. And now, Austria's second sled lead.
Well, that was so close. Hannah Prock as well, out of the Kreisel. You saw the sled just starting to drift left and right. She did such a good job to steady the sled. This exit from 13 from Prock, absolutely first class.
And just a reminder, Austria 2 and Germany 1 started the day level on points. This is the final event of these mixed World Cup events. Germany 1 have been second twice so far, which has them level with Austria 2. So Austria 2 needed a good run here, and they got it. Coming next, Krista Zapiods, Alina Bota. After these two come the massive hitters of this sport. But these two are more than capable of getting beyond Austria 2 and into the top 4. Gleicher was outstanding, and it's his time against which Christos Apiods is going to be judged here. The start is pretty much equal, and he goes into green numbers now, Apiods. That's an excellent top of the track as he heads down towards that labyrinth here. Apiods picking up speed and going really well.
Really is such a big man, long, rangy athlete, long arms, long legs, but moves like a ballerina on the sled. He just drifts across to 12. It's a good line to 12, still in the green for Christos Apiods.
A great speed here on the straightaway. It felt like Austria 2's time, particularly Gleicher's, was excellent, but Apiods at the moment is taking it on. It's going to be two hands. You can see him releasing. No, it's one, but he releases Elina Bota. The great starter that she is, stays in those green numbers. So much strength, those long levers as well from Elina Bota. What a run this is from Latvia 1. Are they the ones to throw down the biggest challenge now?
Well, it's looking that way at this point. Lots of track left to go, but the entrance to 9's good. Little skid, though, through 9. Gets it back together in 11. The normal service resumes, just pumped away from curve 12, though. A few small mistakes from Bota.
But still going strong, still over 2/10 the advantage. They were 5th in Winterberg. They were nowhere since. Latvia 1 are going to take over the lead here convincingly by nearly a 10th. So only now 2 German sleds and 1 Austrian, well, 4 German sleds and 2 Austrian, but you know what I mean. Stand between them and the win, but unfortunately, the 6 names that remain are Langenhan, Taubitz, Müller, Schulte, Locke and Frabel.
Yeah, that's quite a rogues gallery of very fast lugers to come. Be interesting to see how long this lead of Latvia's lasts. So Elina Bota out of curve 13. Really good position. See her just gently moving the sled to get that early entrance into the Kreisel and into the lead.
That's the figure of Max Langenhan. Backed up by Julia Taubitz. Germany 2. Don't think either of them will particularly enjoy being Germany 2, but it's accurate at the moment, even though they could both end up with Olympic gold medals. Both in the running, in the singles. Right now, Apiods and Bota have given Latvia 1 the lead. Langenhan will first challenge the time of Apiods. Remember, on the podium, 5 of 6 events so far, Langenhan. Just outstandingly consistent. It will be no great surprise if these two end up finishing 3rd, because that's where he always seems to finish.
Look at that position on the sled through the top curves. I don't think he's lifted his head yet through the labyrinth. Still flat like a ruler into 11, and 11 to 12 is a good transition for Max Langenhan.
Great speed from Langenhan. Over 700s. Rockets down that straightaway. Rockets over the normal finish line, straight as an arrow to the touchpad, and he hands over to Taubitz, 3rd in the singles. Brilliant 2nd run in the singles, and she has nearly a 10th as the advantage, but she's lost time at the start on Kentia Apioda. So Germany 2 with work still to do. Now Taubitz normally does her best work from now on, but she's going to have to do that again.
She really is. What a great setup Max Langenhan gave her. I think that was the run of the past 2 weeks for Max Langenhan. Left nothing out there. Taubitz playing catch-up into 13, and she's managed to close it down by over a 10th.
Does she do this? Around the Kreisel she goes. Taubitz always flying down the bottom part of the track, and Germany 2 lead by nearly 4/10. The time she made up was astonishing.
Incredible sliding from both athletes. It looked like all might have been lost for Julia Taubitz in the top of the track. But we've seen this over the last couple of weeks, especially here, how she just accelerates from curve 8 down. That reaction start, well practiced, well honed. And this exit 13 from Julia Taubitz. Now, if you want to chase down the lead, that's the way to do it.
Chase down, overtook. Look at that, nearly 3/10 quicker. Only 2 pairs to go. They're going to all need to move to one side in a moment, I think. It's Müller and Schulte. And then it's Lock and Frabel, and logic tells you these 2 pairs are the favourites, and Lock and Frabel, the ultimate favourites here at Oberhof. They have to be. The 2 singles winners partnering up. But first, if there's anyone who's going to beat them, you'd feel it would be these 2. But the time that Langenhan and Taubitz have laid down might, in itself, take some beating. 1:34.206, nearly 4/10 quicker than everybody else. It's a sign of how good it was. Müller, who sets himself such high standards, will want to get on top of that podium again, and he is inside the time of Max Langenhan already. And if these 2 can beat that time, what pressure there is on Lock and Frabel.
Really is very high in 6th there, and a little loop as well. That could cost Austria 1 through the top. Yes, 29 thousandths. This is getting choppy through here for Jonas Müller. Has to find something through the bottom of the track, but that's a lot of time lost in the top.
It has cost him over 600ths. It has cost him. What's he going to leave Schulte to do here? Bounces off that left wall. It's surprisingly ragged from Müller, and it's over a 10th that Schulte has to make up here. We weren't expecting that. A ragged run from Jonas Müller. Don't be surprised if Schulte catches up for a moment here, because Taubitz was slow at the top, but we know how quick she was down at the bottom. I think Schulte, if she stays in red for another 10 seconds, has too much to make up here.
Uncharacteristically choppy run from Jonas Müller for sure. Schulte, though, in good form, but skidding into 12 as well. Big mistakes from the Austrian team at the moment.
Well over 2/10 to make up here, and this is where Taubitz was mega quick. It's hard to believe that Schulte, as the right foot came down, is going to get near her, and indeed they don't. And they're just inside the Latvians and into second, so it is only now Germany 1 that can deny Germany 2.
This is Jonas falling out into curve 10. See that high line out of 10, having to bend the body into curve 11. Hasn't slid like that all week, Jonas Müller. And then Lisa Schulte, a valiant effort, but then just gets thrown across towards that right wall before curve 12. And 2 runs to forget for the Austrians, who have been so good over the last 2 weeks.
And now what's interesting is that Germany 2 lead here, Germany 1 lead the overall picture, and Germany 1 go now. If Germany 2 beat Germany 1 here, Germany 2 win the season in this mixed singles, because it's 170 plays 160. Austria 2 out of the winning picture, because Germany 2 are going to better them. So Lock and Frabel need to win here to win the race and win the season. I know this isn't the biggest event for these sliders, but they still want to win. And this is going to be interesting. The 2 singles winners from here, as Germany 1 go against Germany 2. Firstly, Lock against Langenhan, and he's in the green, and then it's Frabel against Taubitz. The ultimate inter-team rivalry over day and season here between these 2.
Well, this looks so fast from Felix Lock. We'll see at this checkpoint, yes, 0.05 of a second And 11's good to 12 as well for Locke. This is a solid run into 13. The straightaway's critical, little correction, but still 500ths.
Locke so quick, mega quick. Here's the handover now. Surely going to be in front yet by just over 500ths to set it up for Merle Frabel at her home track. She's won 2 weeks in a row. Surely Frabel is going to bring them home, but she's lost time at the top of the track, back into the green, then back into the red. I think it's going to be one of those runs here for Merle Frabel.
There's nothing between these teams as she comes up to the next split, just 16 thousandths of a second through the labyrinth. Now it's a good labyrinth from Frabel, as you would expect. This is going to allow her to carry that speed, but she's in the red coming out of 13.
And given how quick Taubitz was at the bottom of the track, can Frabel manage to get past Taubitz here? It's red all the way. Is it going to be red at the line? It's going to be close. Germany 2 hang on to win. Langenhan and Taubitz beat Locke and Frabel. And Locke and Frabel not happy here. He's frustrated by that. What a win, not just the race, but that wins them the season as well. And that too makes them the inaugural mixed singles European champions. You don't often see Felix Locke react like that. What a day for Langenhan and Taubitz.
Well, that was one he really wanted. Felix Locke, another European title to add to his collection, but not to be this time. It's a great shot from 10 to 11. Taubitz putting down such a heater of a run through the bottom section.
It was Frabel who cost them. It was Frabel who cost them, not Locke. Anyway, see there are the splits. Locke that much quicker, Frabel over a tenth slower. It was Taubitz who won it. Langenhan was brilliant, but Taubitz was exceptional. Germany 2 win it from Germany 1. And I think when that's all translated into the final picture over the 3 races, Germany 2, the European champions, will also have won the season. Just leapfrog Germany 1. Great Britain in 17th, Finland, Estonia 18th, Ukraine 2. Smaha missed the buzzer and they were disqualified. Great win there. And given Taubitz's form at Milan Cortina, is she peaking? Is she peaking at the perfect time? It will come down to the days of the event, but she's looking good. Julia Taubitz, 1 race to go. Slightly delayed, of course. The mixed doubles. There are the final results then. I want to see how it translates into the season to check that my maths are right. But I'm pretty sure Germany 2 go to 260, Germany 1 will be well behind 255. No one else can then get near them. So, Locke and Frabel only second.
EBERSPAECHER Luge World Cup presented by Sketchers.
Langenhan and Taubitz delighted with that.
Europameisterschaft. Der 3. Platz, the 3rd place, aus Österreich, representing Austria, Österreich 1, Jonas Müller und Lisa Schulte.
Müller and Schulte in 3rd. He doesn't like finishing 3rd.
Der 2. Platz, the 2nd place.
Confirmation.
Deutschland 1, Germany 1.
Germany 2 win it from Germany 1 overall, as I guessed.
In österreichischen Schützenbereich die Blumen.
Trying to smile, but they're not happy.
Der 1. Platz.
Worse to lose to your teammates, I think.
2026, Deutschland 2, Germany 2, Max Langenhan und Julia Taubitz.
It's nice to see Langenhan on top of the podium, and Taubitz. Are they peaking at the perfect time, both of them? Given all the ups and downs of the season, it wouldn't be a great surprise to see them both on the podium in the singles events in Milan Cortina, and to see particularly Doubes win. As Mark has said in recent weeks, one of the most intriguing things about this season is that your list of potential winners in some events keeps sort of edging up as the season progresses. You've got your short list and you go in and think, oh, I better put them on it too. Makes great fun coming to the Olympic Games, with the variable of the track as well, of course, which is probably the biggest thing of all. But we know it suits Doubes. We're going to hear now from our winners and from our podium athletes. But Mark, to coin the old phrase, if Doubes doesn't win Milan Cortina, I suspect who beats her will win, if you know what I mean. She's right up there.
She really is. She's a championship slider. Some athletes just bring out their best in big races. She's one of those races. Max Langenhan versus Felix Loch versus Jonas Müller. That's going to be incredible. And as you say, in the women's, it's just as tight. Merle Frabel in such good form. But really, Doubes, like you say, Dave, really peaking at the right time.
Yeah, the thing to take from today, in terms of this race, and remember Doubes was excellent at Milan Cortina in the test event, is that Langenhan was actually beaten by Loch, which he has been all season. Doubes smashed everybody. Interesting. She does that in Oberhof, and that means she's in form. What happens in 2 weeks' time? We're just guessing, like always. But they're all smiles anyway. We still got the mixed doubles to come. I'm genuinely not sure what happens over the season with that, but
European
let's hear from
champions
our
in the
winners.
mixed single events here in Oberhof. It was a close race, tough ice. How would you describe your race today?
Yeah, I had a really good run. I enjoyed the ride, and I'm really happy with the victory. Max did it.
Max, how would you say was your race today? How happy are you with your performance?
I'm not that happy with my performance because I did some mistakes, but I think, yeah, like the decider part took the women, so they were so close to the whole track to each other, and then in the finish, I don't know, 300s, 6 between these both, it's crazy. Thank you, thank you. Danke dir.
Julia Doubes asking him to translate there. She panicked with the word Sieg, which means victory, but she got there in the end. It's hard, you know, when you're in your second language. Not easy when you're in front of a camera and a microphone. Big difference between just chatting to friends and doing
Felix
that.
Melle, congratulations on a podium here. Second place at the European Championships mixed singles. Second place, you didn't seem too happy with your run. What happened?
Yeah, the run was not so bad, but the conditions today was different to yesterday, so we got not a track preparation for this race. I don't know why the FIL do this decision. I don't know why, so that's, yeah. I'm a little bit sad about that, and yeah, we have to talk about that because we are here for a race and not for go slow down the track, so yeah, it is how it is. So, but the second place, all in all, it's okay, and I think we get the first place in the overall. So, yeah, it's okay. Thank you.
No, you don't. Germany too get the first place in the overall, Felix. That's been confirmed. Germany 2 beat Germany 1, beat Austria 2, so he'll be even less happy. Are we going to hear from our third place sliders? Well, we're going to hear from one of them,
Congratulations
Lisa.
on a podium here, European Championship for the mixed singles events. It was a tough race, we heard it already. It was tough conditions. How happy are you with your performance?
I'm not really happy with my run. I have made a lot of mistakes from the start until the finish. Still, we managed to end up on the podium, which is great, and I'm really happy about. And I think for Jonas and me, it was a fun race, but I think we both have a lot of stuff to improve in our runs. Thank you.
See, that's how to lose gracefully. Big smile. say you're not happy and get on with things. We've got one event to come. Remember, it's slightly delayed. For the mixed doubles, we'll be back in about half an hour's time. 14 to go. We'll see you then. Great win here for Langenhan and Doubes.
Lisa, Jonas, Gratulation für ein Podium hier in Oberhof. Europäische Meisterschaften im Mixed Singles. Für euch ist es nicht so ganz gelaufen. Lisa, wie war dein Lauf runter?
Mein Lauf war von oben bis unten mit ziemlich vielen Fehlern. Es hat schon angefangen, dass ich die Startkurve gefühlt 3-mal gefahren bin und dann das aus der 11 raus vor der 12, das war ein gescheiter Fehler und dann bin ich nicht mehr ganz in den Rhythmus gekommen. Ja, ich glaube, für das ist der 3. Platz immer noch gut, aber mit meinem Lauf bin ich nicht zufrieden.
Wir haben es gehört, die Track Conditions waren auch nicht so gut anscheinend. Es war sehr schnell, aber doch. Jonas, wie war es für dich auf der Strecke?
Ja, es war komisch. Sie haben eigentlich nicht gespritzt nach dem Doppelrennen. Das war für uns eigentlich komisch, weil normalerweise wird vor jedem Rennen gespritzt. Und das war ein bisschen komisch. Und trotzdem war es ein bisschen schwierig zum Lenken für mich in der 8, 9. Und in der 9 habe ich einfach wenig lenken können. Dann viel zu früh auf die 10, viel zu früh auf die 11. Und ja, ist ein Lauf zum Vergessen, aber trotzdem bin ich froh, dass ich mit der Lisa da am Podest stehen darf. Danke.
So our final event before the Olympic Games. An event that won't be in the Olympic Games, but the mixed doubles. Only the second mixed double event of the season after it was not partaken of in Lake Placid. As far as I know, because I've heard nothing to the contrary, this won't be filled in elsewhere. There's Julia Doubes, fresh from her victory. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be the result from Winterberg and the result here that will add up over the season. Doubes there with trophy, having won those mixed singles. It has been a marathon weekend, a real marathon day. Not helped by the false start to the mixed singles. But there's the course as we get ready for 14 pairs to go in our mixed doubles. And remember, they go down the doubles track, 9, 4, 6. In terms of the length, 11 corners, so it all happens very quickly. Much can go wrong, and when you add into that the finishing Kreisel and the touchpad, an awful lot can still go wrong. Goes through the labyrinth and then around the Zielkurve. The final time we're going to see it in Oberhof this season, having got so used to it over the last couple of weeks, all the way to the finish. And our two-time Olympian Mark Hatton, for the final time of what feels like many times these last 2 days, is going to give us his POV.
So here we go for the final time as well. Into curve 5, they come into curve 4 from the double start. And these long curves at the top, they need to be treated with care, as does this. Curve 8, this sets you up for the labyrinth. 9, 10, 11, here, right here is where the action happens. And the same here, 11 to 12, very, very tricky curve. And then 13, you're shot out onto this straightaway. You want to try to get the sled across to the right, all the time stretching out, and then out of the Kreisel. You've got to make sure that you don't get fired into that left wall, because that makes it incredibly tricky to hit the touchpad.
So that's the story. They'll fly towards that touchpad. Air temperature getting cooler, just how you like it.
Absolutely. How many sleds we got? We got 14 teams. So that's really hopeful that we'll have a good track that's going to remain in good condition from first to last.
Track records are there for you. We know all about them. Set this weekend and last weekend. Interesting to hear Felix Loch's comments, wasn't it, about the setup of the track, Mark?
It was. It's interesting. I can't see if they've prepared this track. It would be nice to get some more information on that, but definitely it's the fact that they went without a spritz. And I wonder if that was the delay that meant they didn't re-prepare the track.
I couldn't help but think when he was talking, it's the same for everyone, but didn't suit him, and he wasn't happy. Even less happy when he found out they hadn't won the season as well. Canadian athletes getting ready. Beatty Badulski and Kaylee Allen will go for them. It'll be, I'll tell you who I'm really looking forward to seeing. The start of this mixed doubles, the top part, if you like, are Kimilevsky and Gankachik, to see what they can set up for Domovitz and Pivkovska, because they were so good in that second run in the men's doubles. Can they back that up here, I wonder?
Yeah, they absolutely flew, as did the next set after them. Bosman and Mick had an absolute heater as well. But yeah, Chmielewski and Gankachik, that was a real highlight of that doubles race.
So, the standings at the moment, for what there were, Germany 2-1 in Winterberg. They're on 100. Austria 285, Latvia 270, Austria 160, Italy 55. Romania will get us underway. I think we'll concern ourselves more with this race than with the overall picture. Wait for confirmation about exactly what's going on. Gitlan and Serban lead off, at hand to Strama-Tararu and Manolescu. Remember, it's a lot quicker, this. And on the double sleds, they go from the same start, so you've got to get into position really quickly. Isn't quite as comfortable as it was in the singles race. I quite like the fun of this, actually, because it's almost part of it that you've got to get into position quickly behind your teammates. Away anyway go Gitlan and Serban, and just a reminder of what a difficult weekend it's been for Romania. That burglary at their team hotel, meaning they had to borrow kit from other teams who all chipped in really gracefully and allowed them to take their place today, or else they wouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, the Luge family showing that mutual respect between athletes and teams, and the fact that everyone just wants everyone else to get down safely and to the best of their abilities. Just coming up on the end of 13, come Romania, but into the Kreisel, starting to steady the ship through here.
Oh, and a big bounce off that left-hand wall as they head to try and touch the touchpad, and they do it. Strama-Tararu and Manolescu are released here. And would the comments of Felix Loch, Mark, have anything to do with the issues some of the doubles pairs have been having on that corner through that labyrinth? Does that explain some of it, at least?
It's tough to say, because I'm not sure what the humidity is. Sometimes with how the sleds are set up, they don't respond well in frost. So you actually lose grip. But I think what Felix wanted was a really fast track, and he didn't feel like he got it.
Yeah, I was going to say the feet go down there from Strama-Tararu, but in a way what he was saying, that's what I was checking with you, was almost at odds with what we thought we were seeing. I.e., things looked a little bit slippier and slidier and tougher for them out there. Romania, of course, set the time, 1:36.672, and yes, I know how ridiculous it sounds to say they look slippy and slidey, but you know what I mean. It's been a long day. Of course, it's slippy and slidey, it's the luge.
It's a wonderful use of the English language. No, it's incredibly slippy and slidey out there, and that's because of this hard ice. And you get this in seasons like this, where it's not a true winter, where the ice will go from day to day, from soft to hard, and the athletes have to adapt to that and how much grip they have.
Well, I mentioned them. Chmielewski and Gankachik come next. Tough weekend for Romania, but able to get through it at least. Seeing behind Domovitz and Pivkovska getting ready. as Poland go. The veteran Chmielewski, Gankoczyk alongside him, and the two students, Domowitz and Piwkowska, still learning the trade, but doing so pretty well. We build all the way, by the way, some interesting pairings. Germany's #1 is Orlam Wende Gubitz and Stork Patz. Stork Patz after their wonderful run in the women's doubles. But talking of wonderful runs, what can these two do after what they did in the men's doubles? That tremendous second run. Can they replicate that here? Let's see. They're into the green numbers you would have expected them to be in comparison with Romania. It's not so much that, it's more the kind of time that they can set up Domowitz and Piwkowska.
Well, it's a good curve 8. 9 sweet as well. Just bumping onto 10. Just having to make a little correction. But it's good through to 12. 12's a good line to 13 as well. They're setting this up for more of the same, it looks like.
Very, very quick, isn't it? Over 3/10 quicker already here for Poland. Just need to negotiate this straight beyond the finish, and just got up there. Goodness me. He went very, very late and just got there. Might have saved them some time, but very nearly cost them the race.
Those tiny margins that make such a difference in this, and it is such a quandary for the athletes. Do you make sure that you hammer that pad, or do you make sure that you hit it at the very last moment? Probably a decision sometimes made in the moment. Little skid into 12, going high, but get it back, and then late into 13 as well. Exit's critical, and they stick it.
They've done well. Extended the advantage over half a second now, the advantage for Poland, and it looks like they're going to maintain that just fine. 0.663. It's a really good run, and it will be interesting to see how the likes of Slovakia and then Canada managed to match up to that, and indeed Ukraine. That felt good from Poland.
Really did. This was that little bump through the labyrinth. You saw them just fall out of 10, going early to 11, but dealt with it incredibly well, had a good line through, and that is that fingernail breadth hit of the touchpad that almost spelt disaster, but probably got them a couple of extra hundredths. And then the skid into 12, again fixed in the curve with a great deal of skill. A solid opener from the Poles.
Coming next, Bosman and Mick to lead off here for Slovakia. And as Mark was pointing out, they had a real heater in the men's doubles. The issue might be Praksova and Spitsova, who had problems in both runs, actually. They didn't finish their first run, but were allowed to go again and didn't have a good time through that labyrinth either. So I really respect them for going again. The youngsters, Praksova and Spitsova, but what can Bosman and Mick do first of all? Can they beat that time of Chmielewski and Gankoczyk, as they did actually? They were the first to beat their time in the men's doubles. Improving all the time, these two. Let's see. First, they need to nail the start. It's a good view of it from here. Plenty of energy through that start. As you can see, exactly matching the time of Poland, but now just slightly slower. That's why the number has turned red here. The Christian Bosman and Bruno Mick chasing down the time of Chmielewski and Gankoczyk.
Low lines through the top from Bosman Mick, as they did in the race earlier today. Just lifted up on the exit. Deal with it well though, high in 12. And then 13 exit, just having to make some corrections. Back by 3/10.
Back by 3/10 into Kreisel, and now this finishing straight. You see him getting ready, taking no chances, although he stretched a little bit late, and now Praksova and Spitsova, who've not had a good day. Can they put all of that right here? Feels like it's asking an awful lot for them with a lack of experience, really. And in red numbers, the two young Slovaks in comparison to Domovic and Pivkovska and where they were.
Be good to see them fix that mistake into 11, and they do. Now they just need to get out of 11 to 12. It's a good line through there as well. The athletes managing to fix those mistakes they made earlier in the day.
Little bit here and there on that straightaway. Around they come into the Kreisel, a little bump as well. And they're going to make sure of this touch. Yeah, she was up very early. So nearly 9/10 down on the time of the Poles, who continue to lead the way.
Well, it was a very tough time to chase down. But I do think that Praxova Spitsova will leave Oberhof just that little bit happier, having ironed out some of the mistakes. They'll leave here with a slightly better memory of the place so that they can come back next year and hopefully improve like they have been all season.
Next up, leading out for Canada, it'll be Devin Wardrope and Cole Zajanski. Poland lead the way with what for this event is a track record. First mixed doubles here in Oberhof, which is why that's the case. So next up, Wardrope, Zajanski will be followed by Podolski and Allen. Wardrope and Zajanski still on the comeback trail. As Mark was saying, Zajanski showing real aptitude as a single slider. Now together where they want to be really on a double sled and seeing what kind of impact the two of them can make here, the Canadian youngsters.
Yeah, it's been a really tough season for them, but they fought through, just almost bumping off curve 7. That would have been a problem, but they get it back together. They've got 4/10. And it's a little bit choppy through the labyrinth as well from Wardrope to Zajanski, but it's a good entrance to 13.
Yeah, they got so much time to make up, over half a second, and they're leaving nothing here really for Podolski and Allen. Still Poland lead the way, and they're going to continue to lead the way, I suspect. Wardrope with the touch, nearly 9/10 slower than Canada. That was a poor run from Wardrope and Zajanski. And now Podolski and Allen, almost an impossible job for them here.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Wardrope and Zajanski using each run almost as a training run at the moment, trying to get back in the groove after being separated from most of the season. But Beattie and Cayley through the labyrinth really well, and 11 to 12's good there as well from the Canadians. They can chip away at that time of the Poles. They're not going to overtake them, but they've managed to bring it down.
Yeah, they've done a good job, haven't they? They brought it down significantly. Might end up being by nearly half a second, but there's a skid over the finish line. That will cost them a little bit of time, but they've still made up time. Round about 3/10. So credit to them, up into second. Poland still lead the way. Ukraine to come next, and then you would suggest it starts to get really serious.
You do have to bring Poland as well, not into the equation for a medal, possibly at the Olympics, but definitely into the equation to outperform what they would expect. Maybe top 6 in the team competition? Who knows?
Well, they've had a couple of fourths so far in the team relay, Poland. Be with one or two absent.
I think as a mix of athletes, it's a really strong proposition, this Polish team. Beattie and Cayley just exiting 13. Little correction. And then this little dab of the foot. Doesn't look like much, but really helped. And it was a good, straight away, Beattie picked the foot up once the sled was straight and carried on going.
Don't think Wardrope and Zajanski will like the look of those figures particularly. Ukraine to go next. Hoy and Kaczmar, could have been any of the three, couldn't it? And Stetskiv and Mock to back them up. They have three double sleds that are very, very similar, Ukraine. But it's Hoy and Kaczmar who go as the chosen ones. Their target will be Poland, but that Polish time is looking handy. No one yet within half a second of it. Will Ukraine be the ones here? Igor Hoy, Nazari Kaczmar to lead the way. Just see if they can give some kind of advantage to Stetskiv and Mock.
Well, it's good through the top from Ukraine, but they're back right now, coming into this split time, back by half a second. But 10-11's good, just a little bump on, deal with it well, and then 12 is smooth as well.
Still down though on Poland's time. Just within half a second, they're still going to leave Stetskiv and Mock with an awful lot to do. And you're right, I think Poland, and I mean this respectfully, emerging very much as the best of the smaller nations in terms of these team competitions, whatever they might be. And now Stetskiv and Mock with surely too much work to do here.
It really is a lot to chase down. Stetskiv and Mock having some good sections in the individual race earlier today. And it's a good line into curve 8. This is what sets you up well for the labyrinth. And as you see, they get through really clean into 11 and 11 to 12. Just a little late, but it's a good line through 12 and to 13.
Now here they come. Made up a bit of time, just over 3/10 outside Poland. Bump off that left wall though, both feet came down. That will have cost them time, but they move. In fact, it didn't cost them time. They made up a bit in that final section, but they're still second to the Poles here. Ukraine happy with that though. They're ahead of Canada, Romania, Slovakia.
Really good looking changeover to stop the clock from Elena Stetskiv. You saw her bend forward at the waist and reach for the touchpad. Really effective. And with that, you're knocking off hundredths, not tenths.
So still to come here, both Italy sleds, both Latvia sleds, both USA sleds, both Germany. I say sleds, I mean teams, you know what I mean. And then Austria only have one team here. Stoyan, Kindl, and Egler and Kipp, which is interesting. Next up, Italy 2. Rita Keinsvallner lead them off. Falkensteiner Huber goes second. And these are the clear number 2s with Nagler, Malaya and Votter Oberhof to come, particularly given the form of this weekend. Still the target is Poland. Combined time of 1:36.009. At the moment, Italy 2 are behind that time of Kimilevsky and Gankachik.
I mean, it's getting to that stage of the proceedings where you look at each team and you think, surely they've got to take down Poland. And they're starting to catch up. Just 600s back, 11-12's good. See that line round the blue check marks. And then diving out at 13 for a straight shot. Going super early to Kreisel.
The advantage was over 6.5 hundredths. They do hit that left wall, though. He's going to get up fairly early here, but still an advantage of over 2/10. Setting it up now, surely, for Falkensteiner and Huber to overhaul this Polish time with 8 still to go after this. The other thing that makes it difficult, remember, in these mixed events is you don't get 2 runs. You only get 1 go at in each, and that means that any mistake will cost you.
Absolutely, it's very high in 10. Just almost falling out and skidding into big hit before curve 12 manages to get a leg out on the way of the wall. And they're over big crash out of 13 onto the side.
Well, we just hope they're okay as they go under those sunshades. Nadia Falkensteiner and Annalena Huber, they both look rattled, but okay, they're going to get up. Well, that's all that matters right now. Nothing else. Yeah, they get to their feet, they're fine. Italy won't register, but who cares? All that matters is safety when that happens.
Italien 2, somit ausgeschieden.
That's the line through the labyrinth. So good to see them okay. These doubles athletes made of tough stuff. It was a big hit out of 13. And also here into 12. The leg against the wall. Managing to get it out of the way. But then the trouble's not done when you're there in curve 12. Sends you very high on the exit. And just flipping over. Big impact onto the shoulder. Good to see them both okay.
Poland still leads. Italy 2 do not finish. Next up, go Latvia 2. The Poles will be relieved, of course, that the Italians are okay. That, as they all know, is the main thing there, but for the grace of God and all that. So Sevic, Mikkelsevic and Krasts, who since winning in Sigulda have had a disappointing couple of weeks. They're partnered with Upita and Pavlova. There'll be a great battle between Latvia 2 and Latvia 1, because there's really not much between them. Bots and Pluma and Robesnica Bogdanova go in 2 sleds time. But first, Sevic, Mikkelsevic and Krasts, backed up by Upita and Pavlova. Surely this team will be the ones to get ahead of Poland. If they don't make a mistake, if they're anything close to their best, they'll surely be too good here, you would feel. Oh, they're in the red, though, at the top.
Having to do lots of work through these top curves. Just going a little early to 7 as well. Tiny mistakes, little errors through the top curves. But this is getting better through here. Through 11, into the green, and 12's good as well.
Yeah, starting to find a little bit of speed through 13 and into that straightaway. And you're all familiar with what happens next, the Kreisel and then the finishing straight. He's going to leave this very late. Reaches up, does the job. Advantage of nearly 3/10. And handing over to Upita and Pavlova. Latvia, all being equal, will take over from Poland at the top of the leaderboard. But by how much? And can they lay down enough of a challenge to Latvia's #1 sled? I would say those are the questions to be answered, because they're over 4/10 clear now.
Some of these lines, big improvement from this morning, from the individual race, from run #1. And now in the team competition, everything seems to be going right. Now it's interesting, looking down the straightaway, it looks like the track is frosting up.
Very quick, though, from Latvia 2. Very quick from Latvia 2. Nearly 9/10 quicker.
Well, that was lightning through the bottom section. From Upita Pavlova. See that big, powerful start. Mikkelsevic and Krasts. And then into 10. This is where they got thrown up a little high and dropped out. Almost went too early. Caught that wall. But just got there. Sitting up very late to hit the touchpad. And then Upita Pavlova down the ramp. And then that skid through 12. And you can see the track really starting to slow down. And this is where it really shows. You see the track marks from the runners, from the steels on the ice, cutting through the frost.
That might be quite a mark. Look how much quicker it was than a very quick Poland sled. USA 2 go next. Di Gregorio Hollander backed up by Forgan and Kirkby. rather different from the mixed singles. This really is USA 2. Müller and Haugsjahr go with Chan and Gordon next. Really, this is USA's #2 male sled and #1 female sled combining, and then vice versa for the USA 1 team. Latvia 2, though, after 2 tremendous runs, have put all the pressure on them here.
Yeah, that was great from Latvia, especially from the second doubles team, Uberta Pavlova, who really found speed through the bottom of the track. Sean and Zach looking good here. Nice and early into 13. Dive bomb out. It's a good line into the Kreisel.
Still got time to make up here on Latvia 2. What are they going to hand over here to Forgan and Kirkby? It's going to be a deficit of 700s here, but already a great reaction time from Forgan and Kirkby has them into those green numbers here.
Well, let's see what these two can do. Feel they've slightly underperformed today, albeit with a good result, and we know what they're capable of. Can stand on the podium on any track in the world. 11-12 looks good, a little late into 12. Get it back together though, still in the green out of 13.
Yeah, looking good here, down the straightaway. It's a great run this from USA 2, especially if the track is slowing just a touch, because they'll be well inside Latvia 2 to the tune of nearly half a second. And they know that's really good. And they know as well, only 6 teams remain now.
Well, you do wonder if that could stand the test of time. That is a massive lead from USA 2. Some incredible teams to come, but definitely opportunities to stay in the leader box for maybe a couple of sleds.
Yeah, it feels like chances. I mean, go down and wonder about the form of Bots and Pluma next, and Robesnica Bogdanova can be anything. Then Müller, Haugsjahr, Chan, Gordon aren't necessarily going to beat that time, given their form. Eggert, Müller, we saw, were in and out. Degenhardt, Rosenthal made a big mistake. Nagler, Malaya, Butter, Oberhof, and so on and so on. It's only really when you get to Stoy, Kindle, Egler, Kip, Orlemwender, Gubic, Stork, and Patch, you think, yeah, okay. But even they are unproven. Latvia 1, so it may stand the test of time, is my point. That time of Di Gregorio, Hollander, Forgan, Kirkby. Bots and Pluma with a little bit to prove. Will go first. And they'll hand over to Robesnica Bogdanova. Their first target will be USA 2, but they'll want to beat Latvia 2, of course they will. The first, though, would lead to the other. 5 to go after this. Bots and Pluma on their way. Chasing down Di Gregorio and Hollander first of all. And a good start from 2 very good starters in those green numbers at the top of the track, Bots and Pluma. This is better from them.
It's looking quick through these top curves, and it's a good entrance to the labyrinth. Just getting caught up. But they get away with it. 11-12, getting bumped away, but still in the green as they go to 13.
Yeah, looks good this from Latvia 1. Coming round the Kreisel. What are they going to hand to Robesnica Bogdanova? It's going to be an advantage, yeah, by just over 2/10. Good response here from Latvia 1. And now can Robesnica Bogdanova do what Upita and Pavlova did earlier?
Bumping onto curve 6. Not too much wrong with that though. Skiddy through 7, but 8's good. And they set themselves up well for 9 and 10. High on the exit. Just get thrown away to 11 and almost over into 12.
They were up on one steal there, weren't they? Here they come now. They've lost a little bit of time, but not too much. Over 3/10 the advantage. It's been a touch ragged this, but it still looks like it's going to be good enough. Feet came down there as well. Latvia won inside the time of USA 2. Not quite sure how, but they still kept their speed.
Well, that's a solid lead again. Top sections, especially from Bots and Plume, were really slick. No big mistakes. This was the line where they went late into curve 10 and then just fell out. Got bumped late into 11, but kept their cool and managed to get a decent exit from there. And that's the problem with those tricky entrances to curve 11. It's not so much bumping on at the entrance, it's how you fix it in the curve to make sure you don't fly up on the exit. Almost identical here, high on the exit of 10, bumped away late. And this one, that's where they were on one steel. Managed to save it though. Kitia Bogdanova really doing her job on the back of the sled to stabilize things when they're on one steel.
We've seen USA 2 go pretty well. They're second right now, 0.319 back. Marcus Müller, Ansel Haugschar will be followed by Maya Chan and Sophia Gordon. First up, Müller and Haugschar, the USA's #1 sled, want to try and grab the lead with 4 to go. But remember, Austria only one sled in this, no Wendel Ahl for Germany either, so there are chances here. USA, green and then red. Is it going to be one of those runs that's really tight?
It's looking like it's going to be one of those, just 300s in it. Big hit before 11, skidding into 12. They're really on the edge of their seats here as they come out of 13. It's good, but it's 1.5 tenths back.
The feet have come down a couple of times there, trying to right this USA ship, and another big skid over the finish line. How much has that cost them? Over 6 tenths. An awful lot of time for Chan and Gordon to make up. At the moment, they'd be third if they could maintain that. They'd be behind their teammates with 4 still to go. Not their best run, that. Müller and Haugschar.
Surely they've left too much for their teammates to catch up. Almost a second back at that checkpoint. But it's good through 11, very high on the exit though, late into 12. High to the roof. Get away with it into 13 though. This exit's critical and they stick it.
Yeah, they did really well, but they're over a second down now. It's all gone wrong here for USA 1. They're going to be nowhere near, and in fact, they're going to be fourth, yeah. Fourth with 4 still to go. So the inter-team rivalry comfortably won by USA 2, and Latvia 1 still lead.
Big errors down the straightaway, especially out of 13. And then this is 9 into 10. You see that late entrance to 10. When that happens, you get caught up in the exit. Throws you across. You saw they were airborne for the first part. Did a great job to get out of there. And then out of 13, just arresting that skid, using all that power to get the sled across early to the entrance of the Kreisel.
4 sleds to go. Still Latvia 1 lead from USA 2, from Latvia 2. Germany 2, Italy 1, Austria only, and Germany 1 to come. But Germany 1 is not Wendel and Ahl, nor is it Eitberger Machina. Next is Germany 2, which is Eggert Müller and Degenhardt Rosenthal. Arguably, you'd say this is Germany 1. Now, who cares what's in a name? I think Degenhardt and Rosenthal, after their error in the women's doubles in that first run, would love to come through and win this. And Eggert and Müller feel they let themselves down a bit in the men's doubles. particularly that disappointing first run. So, Germany 2, a team with much maybe to prove. They're just behind Latvia 1 at the moment, and we had our suspicions about whether this is a Milan Cortina sled from Tony Eggert competing here at Oberhof.
And you do think that while it's lovely to have the European Championships, this is all data for Tony Eggert to take forward into the next training run and eventually into Milan Cortina, very high in 13, but getting away with it down the straightaway, 1/10 back.
Yeah, they're well behind, aren't they? But of course, they're setting up pretty much the quickest in the game in Degenhardt and Rosenthal. Just under 2/10 to make up, but we know they can do that. They're being compared effectively to Peter and Pavlova, and they can smash their time if they get it right. This could yet be a winning run. I know it doesn't look like it, but you know what these two can do.
Well, they have those turbos on the sled for the final two curves. Just bumping on through the labyrinth, that's uncharacteristic from these two, but they get it back together for 12:13.
They need to find speed from somewhere. They're still in those red numbers. They found a little bit. Can they keep finding around Kreisel and into the finishing straight? This has to be electrifyingly quick to have any chance. Oh, and they've done it. As you always thought they might, Degenhardt and Rosenthal somehow find a way. They are truly remarkable.
That was incredible. You do wonder where they find that speed from. But the same with Tony Eggert, where they find the speed from through the bottom. See, it was choppy. That high exit in 10, hammering into 11. Eggert almost sitting up on the sled. Still fast though, still very fast. And then, well, I mean, these two, couple of mistakes, but when your luck's in, and when you're finding speed, you can find it anywhere. And Degenhardt, Rosenthal, down the straightaway here, they knew it was good, and I'm pretty sure when she crossed the line and hit that touchpad, she also knew she had done enough.
The first ever women's doubles event at the Olympic Games. Everyone will be talking about it, but the most exciting pair in the sport won't be there. Hey-ho. Nagla Malaya and Futter Oberhofer to go. For Italy 1, Germany 2 lead from Latvia 1, from USA 2. 3 remain now. And what's been a glorious weekend of luge action, a glorious week, including last week from Oberhof. This is Nagla Malaya, 5th in the men's, handing to Futter and Oberhofer, 3rd in the women's.
Well, let's see at the next split how good this cushion is in the green straight off the start. A little choppy into 7, but 8's good. Now this is going to be really telling. They've got a 1/10 of a second just over through the labyrinth, and it's good through 11 to 12. This should build out of curve 13.
You would expect Nagla and Malaya to get near that time of Eggert and Müller, and potentially to beat it. It's what happens with Butter and Oberhofer. Oh, the feet go down though from Nagla and Malaya. Big mistake there, the skid. Oh, they're only just in front, and now that means that these two have to get close to Degenhardt and Rosenthal. Could that be the mistake that costs Italy 1? I suspect it might be, because they go into those red numbers already.
Well, that exit Kreisel, such a cruel curve in this format of racing. So difficult to get a straight shot. This is looking good for Italy 1, but they're losing time, just 19 thousandths out of 11 to 12, hitting before 12.
It's from here on in that Degenhardt and Rosenthal were so quick. The straightaway is good from Butter and Oberhofer. Can they challenge that time of Germany 2? The feet go down, a little skid there, surely has finished their chances. They're behind Latvia as well. 2 to go, Germany 2 lead.
Well, that was incredible. They did a good shot going through the top. They managed to stay relatively even with the deficit up until the end of the labyrinth, and then it became just too much. And that error out of the Kreisel as well just compounded the loss of time. Bizet out of 13. Such a good line into the Kreisel. This error here, just having to dab the feet, almost an overcorrection. And remember, it's going uphill as well, and going uphill quite dramatically before the touchpad. So any mistake made is just magnified in that uphill section.
Two very good pairs still to come, but Germany 2 still lead. Remember, these are the inaugural European Championships for these mixed doubles. See where that went wrong, can't you? In terms of the comparative times. Stoy and Kindle, followed by Egler and Kipp. Might be too good for everyone here. Great form, Egler and Kipp, blasting everyone away. Stoy and Kindle getting close to Wendel and Alt. What about Stoy and Kindle then against Egger and Müller? Effectively, that's what we're running off here. Quicker than them in the men's doubles. No reason why they won't be quicker again here. Look at the comparison times. Austria going really well. All they're trying to do, remember, is set up Egler and Kipp, who've already won the women's doubles. If they do set them up in front, you'd expect Egler and Kipp to take them home.
Well, that was just an absolutely beautiful labyrinth from Stoy Kindle. Heavy landing out of curve 13. But this is a good line through the Kreisel as well.
Stoy Kindle with an advantage. How much of one? Just under 900ths to hand over to Egler and Kipp, winners of the women's doubles, to try and set the time for Germany 1 to beat here. First, they have to get past Germany 2. That will involve outdoing Degenhardt and Rosenthal. Still green. They've lost a little bit of time. They can't lose too much more because Degenhardt and Rosenthal were so quick at the bottom of the track.
And then exit 13 just coming up on the exit, having to just lift the foot, but it's still good. They didn't lose too much time.
Up they go. Austria lead. Egler and Kipp, so reliable. And Mark, we say it every time. Egler and Kipp find speed at the bottom of tracks that others just can't find.
They're like a freight train. You saw them going through that labyrinth and just saw them carrying speed. And I think it's just the multiplication of those tiny advantages that they find in every curve. And it just builds and builds and builds. And then when you get to the finish, it's just magnificent.
So Austria lead, remember, by nearly 2/10. And Germany too had set a time that looked exceptional. So Germany won. Well, you'd have to say Germany 1 might go last, but they're the outsiders here. Austria have to be favourites, given it's not Wendel and Alt. It's Orlem Wender-Gubitz and Stork and Patz. If it was Wendel and Alt and Eitberger Merchina, then maybe. And I know Stork and Patz, by the way, have just performed wonderfully to finish second. But it'd still take the experience, I think.
Yeah, I think so. That run from Austria is going to be really tough to take down. But then these next two teams, they really have nothing to lose.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Orlem Wender-Gubitz fourth again. Stork and Patz on a high. Why not? Why not come and win? This for the inaugural Mixed Doubles European Championship. This to deny Stoy and Kindle and Egler and Kipp. Orlem Wender and Gubitz to lead them out. They're already a little slower than Stoy and Kindle here.
Into 8 they go. It's smooth. Let's see where we are at this split. Well, we're only 200ths back. This is going to have to be absolutely perfect. They're into the green. This is looking good from the Germans out of curve 13.
It is into that straightaway. Are they going to hand over an advantage here to Stork and to Pats? Remember, it's Germany's weekend so far. Egler and Kim, the only ones to upset the apple cart. Are they going to do it again, or are Stork and Pats going to bring Germany 1 home? What a conclusion to a great weekend of racing. Germany 1 trying to hunt down Austria, but it might be too much this for Stork and Pats.
They really have to be perfect through the labyrinth. So into 8 they go. This setup into 9. It's good. It's very good. 9-10 looks good as well.
Skid there from them though. Stork and Pats trying to hang on, not gaining time. Still over a 10th. They've lost a little bit more. They're going to have to find plenty here. And this is where Egler and Kip find plenty. They bump off the left wall. They don't respond. And in fact, Germany won a 4th. They're off the podium. They're off the podium. Latvia won. Get bronze. All of Wender and Gubitz, whatever they do, finish 4th. 4th again here. Austria gold. Germany 2, silver. Latvia 1, get a slightly unexpected bronze. Box Plumer, Robesnica Bogdanova, great for them. But disappointment here from Stork and Pats, who just didn't respond well enough to the pressure in the end.
It really was a tall order. They were given a lead of 6/1000ths of a second to chase down one of the greatest teams to ever do it in Egel and Kip. And it was, as you say, it was a valiant effort, but just too much, I think, with that level of experience and against who they were up against.
Yeah, the criticism wouldn't be that they didn't haul in the Austrians, it would be that they didn't get on the podium. That is a disappointment.
And it looked like it was all there out of 13 as well.
Rare disappointment for Germany. They still get silver with Germany 2. Don't often say that Germany have disappointment in this sport, but remember, they had the best men's doubles pair and they didn't go here. So confirmation, final results, Austria win from Germany 2, from Latvia 1. That's the European Championship podium. Then Germany 1, Italy 1, USA 2, Latvia 2. USA 1 disappointing, Poland the best of the rest. And Italy 2 didn't finish as we saw. Final podium of the weekend. Much fun and friendship as always. The Latvians loving it over on the right.
Lettland 1, Latvia 1, Martin Spots, Robert Blume, Marta Robesnica und Kitja Bogdanova.
It's particularly great for Robesnica Bogdanova, that. They kind of deserve that, I think.
Blümchen wieder von Steffen Schütz, der Minister für Digitales. Der zweite Platz, the second place. Deutschland 2, Germany 2, Toni Eggert, Florian Müller, Jessica Degenhardt und Charlene Rosenthal.
Second for them. Degenhardt and Rosenthal can have a break now that they didn't particularly want.
Der erste Platz, Weltcupsieger und Europameister, World Cup winners and European Champions. Österreich, Thomas Stoy, Wolfgang Kindl, Selina Egler und Lara Kipp.
Austria then once again break up that German dominance Egler and Kipp did it in the women's doubles. They do it again in the mixed doubles. All in all, that's a pretty good weekend for Austria, Mark.
It really was. Egler and Kipp, I mean, they are just on fire right now. And you look at both those teams going into the Olympics. They are contenders without a doubt.
Austria win from Germany 2, from Latvia 1. Egler and Kipp and Wendler are red-hot favourites for the Olympic Games, aren't they? Of course, anything can happen, but that feels logical right now. Singles harder to call. Lock and Müller. Taubitz in the women's, maybe. And the relay, well, it's going to come down to Austria and Germany, probably. But Austria win it here from Germany 2, from Latvia 1. We'll hear from our podium before we leave you. And then 2 weeks, and you know what it is, folks. Austria, in the end, too good for everybody. And all in all, even though it's a great weekend for Germany, more success for their big names, for Lock and Frebel and Wendel and Alt, Austria too made a real impact here in Oberhof. Germany too, by the way, win it overall. Their second place good enough for that.
Team Austria, congratulations, European champions here in the mixed doubles event in Oberhof. So, who won it, the girls or the men?
I think together, but we had some mistakes, some big mistakes in 13, so I didn't expect to win at all today, so I'm really happy.
Wolfgang, how happy are you with the performance of your double team?
Yeah, really happy. It was just amazing today. The win reached the crown of the weekend. But we were really happy in the doubles that we made it to the podium today. And yeah, I think we all did a good job. Some mistakes, but we were the fastest, so that's what counts. Thanks.
He dealt with that question with such charm, they both did. I'm not sure Tobias Wendel would have dealt with it, or Merle Frebel quite like that. The answer was kind of, yeah, it was both of us, and we were quicker, that's why we won. Celebrations for the Austrians then. Wait to hear from our other podium teams, I think anyway, before we leave you. Never quite sure, but here they are.
Team Germany, congratulations for the podium here at the European Champions at the mixed doubles event. You already had a great run here today. What was it like going down here again?
It was a bit weird because we had such a big break from this morning to now. So the run wasn't that good, but we made it work. I don't know about the start. It felt pretty slow. So I think we lost some time there. Yeah, I think it was pretty decent, yeah. Thank you.
Well done for interviewing them and not talking about the Olympics. He also announced them as European champions, which made me think twice, but Austria are that. Here's the third place team. They'll be happy, these two.
Team Latvia here on the podium for the mixed doubles European Championship. Tell us, are you surprised that you ended up on the podium? How was it for you today?
I mean, we are not surprised. We worked hard for 2 weeks for this result, and we are pretty happy to go to the Olympics with this accomplishment. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done to them. Latvia getting the European Championship bronze. Austria leading the way. It's been an exciting, a long day. Egler, Kipp doing so well to win the women's doubles. Wendel and Alt look magnificent again. And then the mixed events. Did they give us a pointer with Langenhan and Taubitz to those singles at the Olympic Games? I wonder. And Austria then taking the mixed doubles. Listen, it's been a long weekend, a long day. My thanks to Mark Hatton for his company. Luge takes a break next weekend. But then guess what's on the horizon? See you all in Milan Cortina. Cannot wait. For now, though, from wonderful Oberhof, from both of us, bye-bye.
Selina Wolfgang, Gratulation, Team Österreich Gold hier in Oberhof bei den Mixed Doubles Europäischen Meisterschaften. Wie war es für euch heute hier? Wir sind jetzt die zweite Woche hier.
Also, wir hätten uns nicht gedacht, dass sich der EM-Titel jetzt noch ausgeht, vor allem mit unserem Fehler. Also, wir haben brutal viele Fehler gemacht in unserem Lauf. Wir haben aber, glaube ich, alles zusammengehabt und es hat gereicht und wir sind mega happy.
Wolfi, wie siehst du? Ihr wart ja schon mal auf dem Podium hier in Oberhof. Wie war es jetzt für dich nochmal hier mit den Mixed Doubles?
Ja, ich sage, der Mixbewerb ist immer cool. Wir sind letztes Jahr zusammen Weltmeister geworden, jetzt Europameister. Also ich glaube schon ein Bewerb, was uns sehr, sehr liegt. Auch wenn ich selber sage, sie haben viele Fehler gehabt, aber ich glaube, sie können es einfach extrem gut den Schlitten laufen lassen und trotzdem schnell sein. Ich glaube, das haben wir heute auch gesagt. Wir haben wieder einen großen Dank an den Peter Benz und den Eige. Die haben uns die Schiene wieder so hergerichtet, dass wir wieder fahren können. Und ja, ich glaube, es war ein großer Schritt wieder in die richtige Richtung und der EM-Titel ist natürlich gewaltig.
Für beide Teams geht es jetzt nach Italien zu den Olympischen Spielen. Welche Erwartungshaltung nehmt ihr mit jetzt von den beiden Wochen und auch vom Weltcup bisher?
Ja, ich glaube, nach so einem Wochenende, wenn man mit 2 Gewinne hat man natürlich eine große Erwartungshaltung. Aber wir werden es auf jeden Fall einfach genießen und ich glaube, das ist das Wichtigste.
Ja, ich glaube, wir haben wieder gesehen, dass wir bei der Musik dabei sein und das ist, glaube ich, das Wichtigste. Wir werden den Schwung mitnehmen. Cortina war eine Bahn, wo wir sehr gut gefahren sind, wo wir gern gefahren sind. Ist eine Bahn, was uns entgegenkommt und von dem her freuen wir uns jetzt voll, dass es endlich dann losgeht.
Dankeschön.
Danke.
Was ich vor dem Interview sagen muss.
Wie sieht's aus? Eigentlich gut, aber ich weiß nicht, was weitergeht. Ich habe mir übrigens überlegt, wenn du ein erfolgreicher Rennmotor bist, ne? So Weltcup, Europameisterschaft und dann nach so einem Wochenende, die preisen sie Wein, Wurst und Bier und Herz, sind dann als Rennen. Ja. Ich hätte dann noch abgefeiert danach. Ja, natürlich, das ist wirklich Wasser drauf. Achtung, jetzt sind wir auf Stelle. Trotz Blume da noch wieder durch.
Congratulations, Team Latvia, here on the podium for the European champions in mixed doubles. Take us through your run. How was it here and how do you feel about the podium here?
Jā, sveiki visi. Jā, aizdījām labus savus braucienus, darījām maksimāli visu, ko mēs varējām, cīnījāmies un izcīnījām augstu vietu. Tā kā, jā, paldies, un tas tāds labs atrāviens varbūt ir skatu jau uz Olimpiskajām spēlēm.
Jā, nu tiešām patīkam šo te 2 nedēļu ciklu noslēgt ar medaļu. Varbūt tas, kas mums nesanāca pirmajā Oberhof nedēļā, mums sanāca otrajā. Un prieks ir tiešām ir ieguldīts milzīgs darbs arī ar skatu uz Olimpiskajām spēlēm. Un es domāju, ka šis tā emocionāli labi mūs norūdīs Olimpiskajām spēlēm.
Jā, tā kā turiet īkšķus par mums, un tas mums noderēs.
Thank you.